Good morning, everybody. I was outside recording some footage for the Homestead channel a little bit ago, which you'll be able to see tomorrow. We have ducks now. Chris brought home ducks. That was an unexpected, she got home yesterday afternoon, and we now have ducks. They're cute.
Do you remember, Rook, when I mentioned another ceremony I must perform at the Memorial Gardens? The time has come. I was hoping you would accompany me again.
More grave lighting?
No, this would be a more personal visit, whenever you've time.
Hey, remember the dragon we were talking about with the lords?
Which one? There were a few in that conversation.
The fire breather that was killing people. Veiljumpers sent word. She's in Arlathan Forest. Destroyed a village and turned it into her new lair. I've got the location from the Veiljumpers. We can go whenever you want.
Perfect. Loading up on side quests. No, yes, yes.
I heard from Cal Sharrock about the missing dwarves. Stalguard's one of them. I have to go help. They sent me maps of the area where the missing were last seen. It's a start.
Perfect.
You're coming to help, right?
Yep.
I promised I would.
I'm ready to go whenever you are. Let's not wait too long.
All right. Loading up on the side quests.
I've got a meeting with the Threads.
The threads? What for?
I need leads on Aelia. I'm hoping they have something. Dharma said to invite you. Someone's on his good side. Well, he did worse than just try to kill me.
Really?
The guy stiffed me on the job. Those were good potions I used. Expensive, too.
Right, that makes sense.
How's it going over here?
It's okay. You know.
You can take my seat, Rook. I was just leaving. Belle, swing by when you get a chance. I found another set of papers for you.
Thanks, Nev. That's nice. Sorry, Rook. Not great company right now.
You just want to sit here quietly? That's fine. I can do quiet.
I do the humming a lot too.
You're not very good at silence.
I'm great at most silences, just bad at awkward ones.
Fair enough.
So, what's bothering you, Bellara? You know, if you can narrow it down.
Nothing, Rook. Don't worry about it.
I asked, didn't I?
It's Syrian. You saw who he is, what he's become.
Yeah.
He's a monster, Rook.
But despite that, he's still your brother.
I would have done anything to get him back. Even join someone like that, like Anaris.
But you didn't. You turned them down.
I did, but Rook, it was hard. I wanted my brother back. I mean, before all of this, Syrian and I were the same. Inquisitive, driven, pushing ourselves. The search for the Nautister Thalin, the archive, that was both of us, working together. I want to say I'll keep saying no, keep turning him down, but he's my brother. What keeps me from doing what he did?
It's a good question.
You're not Syrian, Balara. You're you.
Excuse me.
And what if that's not good enough?
Then keep your evil to off hours. Replace Lucanus's coffee beans with hot peppers. Buy Nev a bag of wisp food. Hide Tosh's snacks.
You're not very good at being evil.
I'll work on it. I'm kind of making this up as I go.
Our team motto, pretty much.
Let's paint that on the side of the lighthouse.
I'm sure Solus would love that.
You good?
I'm good. Thanks, Rook. I'll see you later.
Okay, are there any other conversations, or are we good to go for side quests? I think we're straight out the door for side quests now. Let's do Emmerich first. Necropolis Hulls. Let's take Lucanus and Emmerich. Oop, got a side quest available. Ooh, and a goodie. What is the quest?
We have found new hauntings. This haunting, to our chagrin, was once one of our own Fade explorers.
Okay,
He delved where he should not.
copy that. Well, that'll probably be something we do after. Oh. I don't have a save point down there yet.
They're close.
The crows, America. Ready when you are. A fine hit, Lucanus.
Tap the rolled scroll to effect proper cleansing. Must light candles to keep them from returning.
These are instructions. Lighting candles will drive away malign spirits from the vaults.
An ancient practice. Let us see if it avails us.
Let's look for those candles we have that will cleanse this place.
Oh, okay. So I probably can't answer. I probably can't open the. Probably can't open that chest until I have these cleansed.
Masterfully done, Rook. Well struck.
Two more.
We're taking fire. Nice work. Yeah.
Last candle. The vaults should be quieter now.
The air grows lighter already.
There you go.
Let's go see if that chest is open now. Possibly. Yep, the skeleton's gone. Very groovy. And that's what he's wearing. Okay, I could not go past this door earlier, so this is interesting. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, there's the fast travel I need. Where is that chest? I bet it's up top somewhere.
Now, what do you have to say for yourself?
Did I miss something?
Since we're here to gather flowers for the dead, I thought I'd teach Manfred some plant names. But I just caught him attempting to wade into a rose bush.
Emmerich, how could you stay annoyed at that face? Skull.
Oh, Manfred. Whatever will happen to you if I pass on?
If?
Ah, there's something I'd like to talk about. Do you know what a lich is, Rook?
Doesn't ring a bell.
A lich is a mage
Which doesn't make a lot of sense
transformed
because
into
I'm
one
a
of the
mage. You would
undead
think I would
while
know what
retaining their
liches are.
true original consciousness. The idea fascinated me when I was younger. For years, I researched and experimented, spoke with spirits and mages. Then, eventually, I found them.
Who?
The Lich Lords of the Grand Necropolis. Necromancers before me who'd transformed themselves into true living dead.
Not everyone gets to meet their idols.
Oh, but I was nervous. The Liches are the great protectors of the Necropolis, bulwarks against forces that threaten creation. After years of tests and rituals, they granted me my desire, the right to attempt lichdom.
That's great for a necromancer, right?
It is a singular opportunity.
Good?
Lichdom is an incredible honor. Immortality, prestige, the most hallowed ranks of the Watchers, as well as a chance to be of service past my allotted years. But there are considerations.
Like?
Come, we have flowers to gather for the dead.
Okay, but I've got questions.
blue creep vine. This will do nicely.
Emmerich, aren't most undead just random spirits inside corpses?
Liches are different. It wouldn't be a spirit acting in my name. My true consciousness would be housed in my departed flesh.
How?
The Order must keep some secrets. Moon blossoms, famed in verse and song.
Smells like perfume. Do liches have a sense of smell?
That's a good question.
I've been told that while some of my senses will dull, others will become available. Other than that, I can't say if the flowers would still hold their bloom for me. Lichdom serves a purpose. There are dark things in creation, threats to both our world and the Fade. The liches of the necropolis have the insight and the abilities to oppose them.
And you're joining them. When?
Certain elements have held me back. There's no ready instructions for lichdom. The steps must be discovered on one's own over years to be fully understood.
Does the spell to become a lich kill you, or do you have to...
No, mercifully, that falls to another watcher. After my death, my soul will be drawn back into my body instead of moving on to whatever lies beyond.
Okay.
So, what's holding you back from lichdom?
Even with all my preparations, there's a chance I could die permanently during the rites. What cowardice! A promise of immortality, an end to all my fears, and the final veil stays my hand.
That's reasonable. Lots of people are afraid of dying.
Is it? When it keeps me from what I most desire? Traditionally, candidates for lichdom face one final sifting of the soul. If they avoid it, you saw my old colleague.
Indeed, we did.
Hezekiah. She's a lich?
A half-lich, though that hasn't diminished her powers. Until I stop her plans, I won't possess the peace of mind for lichdom. Why don't you select the next flowers, Rook?
Sure.
I could do that.
So what's a half-lich exactly?
Johanna attempted the rites of lichdom and failed. Stuck in her in-between state, she is supremely dangerous, but can't learn any new magic.
No wonder Hezekiah was shouting so much.
No, she's always been that way.
Come on, where are these flowers at? There we are.
What about the sifting of a soul that Hezekiah avoided?
The spirits of the necropolis judge whether a candidate is worthy of the power and responsibility of lichdom.
How'd she become a lich without it?
I shared some knowledge when we were colleagues. She apparently put together more than I knew. It would be just like her to skip the rituals, the cleansings, the preparations of the soul.
For a watcher, Hezekiah is pretty harsh on spirits.
We made allowances because of her discoveries. Too many. Spirits are not things to be disposed of.
You really care about them.
They're so susceptible to the world's whims, Rook. Some spirits are dangerous, but how quickly most respond to a bit of kindness or care, or simple attempt to understand. For all she's done, I can't condemn Johanna for attempting lichdom. That freedom from mortality, that divorce from fear. And of course, time to read all of one's books.
Time to read
Every
all of
mage's
books.
dream.
But how she's abused her abilities.
What's up, Death Comet?
Are my intentions enough to fare better?
Worrying's a good sign.
We have enough flowers. There's something I'd like to show you. here we are.
Oh, so these flowers are for...
Yes. If you could place them on the graves, please.
In memory of Rupert and Eleanor Volkaren. They walk eternity hand in hand.
After I became a watcher, I erected a proper shrine to my parents. When I come to talk, I like to think they listen. Well, don't be shy. Introduce yourself.
Hello? How are you? I mean, you're in a grave, so... Wait, let me try again. Do you remember your parents?
Some memories are bright. Others are akin to those dim early morning dreams one gets sometimes. Lately, I wondered what they'd think of our current course, the choices ahead.
Your lichdom.
What would they have wanted me to be?
Sorry, but I'm pretty much the worst person you could ask.
Surely not the worst.
I've got my days. You could always speak with your folks, couldn't you?
My parents last saw me as a boy. By the time I mastered my corpse whispering, I was a man. If I woke them, there might be a flash of recognition, or... Besides, if I speak to too many other spirits, Manfred might grow jealous.
Can't have that.
He'd be impossible, I agree.
That's cute. What's up, Gunner? What's up to everybody tuning in this morning? Welcome aboard. We're live on YouTube and Twitch, as always, multi-streaming. Don't forget, in between the streams, which happen every single day, all the stuff that goes in between is over on YouTube. So the game guides, reviews, and etc. Typically live every single day around 8 a.m. Today I went live about 7 a.m., a little bit earlier than normal. I am feeling better. Yesterday was a short day because I was not feeling very good, but I am I'm feeling like 90% today. Had a little bit of I don't know what it was. Some intestinal stuff, which can happen from time to time. I slept last night. I did not sleep the previous night, but Chris got home yesterday, brought the ducks home, and then we were both in bed at like 3:30 in the afternoon. I was asleep by like 5:30. I slept from 5:30 in the afternoon until 3:30 this morning. I was out. So I did get a good night's sleep last night. XXY. So X. That's what it is. Okay, so it's a slow time. X, Y. No, it didn't do it. X. Gotta get the timing right on that. Pandatech says, not related to this game, but how do you feel about WoW's player housing coming? I think it's exciting. Also, good morning, Just Dan. I have not done a reaction video yet. Because I was not feeling good yesterday, so I just kind of ignored all social media. So I need to get caught up on and do a reaction video to that. But I'm excited. I think that I love player housing in every game I play. I just hope they do it in a meaningful fashion, like EverQuest 2 or Lord of the Rings Online or Star Wars: The Old Republic. Like, there are really good examples out there that they could use to offer players really meaningful player housing, so I hope that they can make it meaningful. How did I get 4 charges for my staff? There are abilities that I've taken along the way. I don't remember which one it is. Somewhere in my skills. I can't remember where it was either. Somewhere in my skills, there's an ability that gave me a 4th thing, and I can't remember where it is. Honestly. Oh, here it is. This one right here. Maximum staff energy charges +1. So it's a passive in the evocation line. Other side quests. Ooh, I got 3 side quests available. Well, unless those are 3 for the same.
Another message asking for help dealing with Venatori. Let's get to it.
Okay. Yeah, that's gotta be a different side quest. Let's keep going down south because there's other... Yeah, you're welcome, Death Comet. I'm just glad I was able to remember which one it was.
Break those crystals. We need to get through that barrier.
I just picked it like, I can't remember when, like the night before or something. So it was actually in my brain. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I got that thing. Scritchy scratch for the kitty cat. What made me want to go evocation? Storm magic, like cold damage and stuff. I like frost mages. I've played frost mages in lots of games over the years.
You've got a list of people with coin. And not I'm good for it, coin. Coin on the table.
Cross my heart.
Huh. Some kind of fabulous treasure buried in the city?
Oh, that. A local myth. Turns up every few years. Details differ, but the essence remains the same. Though the sell's a little harder than usual.
New side quest.
Ship got in yesterday. Are the Venatori worse than you remember?
Well, I know what we're going to be working on after we do this quest. Is we'll go work on all these side quests.
This should never happen.
3
Not
side
anywhere.
quests here.
Buskers disappearing from Docktown. But why? Something to look into.
Look at that. All sorts of side quests. I love it. Okay, we have 3 new side quests that opened up here, which we will work on after we do Nev's quest over here.
Father gives me an allowance and I barely use any of it. I could donate.
Those missing buskers performed here. Let's see what we can find.
There's dangerous fanatics, then there's Alia. She's loose in Docktown, and we're in the dark.
What's the plan?
The Threads and Alia's Venatori are at war. That might slow Alia down, but until I know her plans, I need to hear whatever information the Threads pick up.
What about Rana? Can she help?
I told Rana that Alia's back. She needs the warning. As for help, Rana wants to be an example. Not sure where that goes anymore.
Was there a time we were sure of things?
No, and that's only become more true.
Docktown's protected. What can the Threads do for you?
Alia's a pain for both of us. Let's talk.
We know people in this town. Neighbors. When they don't turn up on the rounds, we notice. Alia used the Threads for dirty work. Stolen relics, muscle, spies. These people, they disappear.
And you don't know where to.
Alia's good at covering her tracks. That's why you're here. I've got names of missing people, including those hardly anyone noticed yet. All yours, no catch.
No catch. Now that's friendship.
Isn't it?
This is war. We find Alia, we kill her. Give the cult something to think about. You find her, you do the same. Docktown's ours.
To Docktown. From the people who breathe it, bleed for it, no one's got its back like we do.
To a better Docktown. And doing the best we can till then.
You go far.
To home.
Okay. Now we can work on the next side quest, which we could just start with this one. Yeah, Nev's hats are ridiculous, Bexosaurus.
Wine. A lot of it.
Silent plains beget. Only Venatori would drink that swill.
They were here for a while, drinking. Waiting for what? Let's check outside, see where they went.
Excuse me, boys, jumping on your tables.
Wine. Probably a cheap vintage. Not the same as the wine inside. I think the buskers drank out here. That's blood. Did one of the buskers get hurt?
There's a boot.
No busker would leave their instrument behind. Strings are broken. Somebody knocked this instrument around.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of foreshadowing that you catch the second time around Death Comet for sure. They're definitely like nudge nudge wink wink.
All right, the Venatori are drinking inside. They have a signal for when the buskers finish. The buskers go outside for a drink, they're distracted, then the Venatori ambush them and haul them away. So we don't know why yet, but we know where the buskers were taken. The lookout.
Alright, lookout's a ways away if I remember correctly.
Let's find those buskers. Stay ready, though. The Venatori are playing rough. Empty. Where are they? A restaurant pamphlet. The garden. It mentions performers.
Carelessness or a trap? Maybe both.
We could approach the garden from the rooftops. That'll give us some cover. We still need to save the buskers, but if this is a trap, let's be smart about it.
Has anyone accounted for the damage the palace did to the city?
So you came in one morning and her desk was just...
empty. She was always secretive about what she was working on. Now there's
Alright, there's my ladder. Oh, I almost didn't make that jump.
About to have a problem.
Venatori and not far from the garden. That's not a coincidence. Let's go in and see if there's any sign of what happened to the buskers.
Wow.
All right, just tell me what you're thinking. At the Chantry, Spite, you know what happened.
What's up, Transcend?
I don't...
All right. You want to know what I'm thinking? It's less about the demon, more about the blood magic. There's something knotted up in there. And if you're waiting for me to look at you different, hate to disappoint. No, that's a lie. I enjoy it.
I think I want to say thank you, but I'm not sure.
I get that a lot.
Scratch, scratch the kitty cat. Meow. That crow coin in the back.
Someone wasn't spending much on their wine.
What can I get you?
Have you seen any buskers from Dockdown today?
Huh. I heard those songbirds had gone missing.
The Venatori had plans. I set them straight.
We followed a lead here. So could the Venatori.
All right. They're below. Just make it quick before someone sees you.
We could do that. Hold up. Wait a minute.
A drink to take your mind off the world's troubles. Always a pleasure to serve.
Hello? Who goes there?
Are you the buskers? We're here to help.
So, are you a fellow felon?
Call me Rook. I've been looking for missing buskers.
A fellow felon.
Lex Aulos, street balladeer, and sworn enemy of the Venatori, apparently.
How did you piss them off?
Well, say I'd composed a catchy but searing satirical ballad with rhymes for vainglory and excretory. And then tot said ballad to every performer in town.
That would do it.
Well, thanks to you and the owner's entirely legitimate seaway access,
Entirely
we live to
legitimate.
compose another day.
Entirely legitimate.
Perhaps it's time we take our act on the road. This city's a lot grimmer lately. Adieu, Rook. We'll
Adieu.
sing your praises.
As it should be. Nope. Alright, next side quest. Okay, I have 2 more in this area. Let's do this one.
Are the serving sizes here getting smaller, or is it just me?
I don't think it's just you. It's been harder to get food and other supplies.
Alright, so we're looking for clues. Dude, I like the scrolls like floating around the... whatever those are. They're like scroll cases. Like a newsstand, but it's not like a newsstand, if that makes sense. Kind of cool. Alright, I'm not seeing anything yet. There might be something right up here. Nope. Oh, what am I looking for? Alright, something here. Close to the lamplighter, you'll find a bridge and a crumbling, dilapidated building.
The note mentioned a bridge near here. No harm looking.
Yeah. We can run up there. There's no fast travel nearby.
What happened to the salt brew?
I'm gonna need some more coffee.
So where's the girl?
Hang on, something about a crumbled bridge. No, this is like down. Crumbled bridge and a dilapidated building next door. Can't get through there. Halfway mark. There's an old tower by the water, and one of our citizens cocoons himself inside.
A ruined tower by the water. Hmm.
Cat, meow. Alright, ruined tower by the water. This is a ruined tower.
What brought a dragon?
I've left you a key. It will open an ancient door buried beneath a cliff across the channel.
To Minrathus.
A key? Well, this is promising. Now, to find the door that this unlocks.
It says buried beneath a cliff.
Watch for danger ahead. Don't want to end up like that poor soul.
Yeah, it's spiked to a middle of a cave floor. We need to find an ancient door that we can unlock.
feels off about this treasure hunt.
I knew this was a trap.
This door or the other door? It's gotta be the other door. I'm on my second playthrough bullet, so I'm playing on the absolute easiest storytelling difficulty. I've already done it on hard mode. Don't need to do any more hard mode. We're just doing it for story now.
Oh,
just here to
what
see
is
the
that
things that I
smell?
didn't see the first time. The shade follows me. The door is locked and I can't.
What a miserable way to go. The desperate being lured down here by the promise of riches, only to find death. The treasure hunt. Someone took the game and twisted it. They didn't sell it as an adventure. They sold it as a way out. There's a demon feeding off the desperate in Minrathous, manipulating them. And those who don't listen die. Evidence points to the catacombs. The rest is on us.
Catacombs, which technically we already did. All right. Let's find the demon.
So, Ilario.
Let me guess. You don't trust him either.
There's no playing with blood magic.
I know, but his family. I'll deal with it.
All right.
You're playing on 3rd difficulty as a rogue, getting your ass handed to you. Yeah, there's some pretty significant challenge in this game if you play it on like the higher difficulties. Last letter out of writing material. Oh nice, the barrel actually knocked the beam over. That was cool. Ooh, big chest.
The catacombs never end.
Is that an elven statue?
They've been used to store food during war and blight. Kept Minrathous alive more than once. But that was never the whole story. There's secrets older than the city itself down here.
Very cool. Alright, well we still haven't found the demon. Well, no demon.
Nothing in our
yet.
way now.
Oh, there's a 3-star chest.
I have felt you move against me,
Ooh.
leading a city in such perfect condition.
I know you. Spite felt your presence in the ossuary. One of Zara's pets.
She took me there, Elia, but I have been here much longer.
You've been toying with the people of Ducktown.
I am an answer that they come seeking. I give them something to do when their world is cruel. People will do such fun things when they're desperate.
Ready when you are.
Look out!
Take this shot!
One shot, one kill.
With all that's happened, I can see how a demon of desperation woke up here.
Love it.
It could feed on the city and make things worse.
Further destabilizing the city only helps the Venatori.
But we stopped it. Never.
Did I just find some mage armor finally? Why does it always have to be electrical shit? I don't care. That's not good enough.
Yeah. Hate that the damn thing was here, but this was a good win.
I still have yet to find any really cool mage armor for this guy. It's all this stupid, like, arcane bomb and electricity stuff. None of which I care about. Boo. Alright. Next side quest. The guy needs a cough suite.
Is it true the Antom haven't you?
Caught someone poking around one of the focus points.
Let's hurry. I don't like the tone of that note.
Quicker to just go down here and fast travel. And then we just go west from here. What's up, Babylonia?
Venatori, stop them!
All set.
Count your chops!
I am blessed.
Now there's a nice shot.
That was amazing!
Someone over there. Looks like she needs help.
Well, we gotta find the... go around the other side. I also gotta figure out how to get to that chest now. somewhere over here. Scratch, scratch the kitty cat. You answer the messages we need.
Another message for us.
Interesting.
I'm not sure I like this.
Double hat. Oh, yay, I finally got an upgrade for my equipped helmet. Good morning, Taylor.
Let's finish the job. Are you all right?
I'll be fine, I think. But the Viper isn't. The Venatori have him. They're going to kill him. Publicly.
He's blighted
Said it would
too.
break the Shadow Dragons. And Dogtown.
Where?
The Temple of Andraste. They said it would suit him. Please hurry.
I wonder if we'll be able to save him or not, because it says we can rescue him, but he's technically been blighted, so I'm not sure. Find a way into the Temple of Andraste. Hi guys. Well, hang on.
There he is. Let's go.
There's those three, but where are those feeding from?
Let's get Viper out of there before more Venatori show up.
Oh, I guess just once we killed the mages.
Holding off death for yet another day, it seems.
At least. You're not going down that easy.
I told the shadows to lay low.
That's the problem with rebels.
Technically, he could take the
They
draught
never listen.
the Grey Wardens have, and he might survive and become a Grey Warden.
You too, Rook.
We couldn't just let the Viper die. The city needs you.
I'm just a man. The city needs hope.
So what now? What happens to the Shadow Dragons?
I'll get word out. We'll find each other. We once started from nothing but a dream. We can do so again.
Or maybe you should rest. Haven't you done enough? The Blight.
The Blight will take me down no matter what. I'd rather take action before it does. I have to believe Minrathous can survive this, and emerge stronger, better, even if I'm not here to see it.
Fair enough. Ooh, is that my equip stat? No, it's not, but I might want to equip it. I don't think that's better than the one I've got. I mean, it's interesting though. Alright, I've got couple of new abilities for Tash. Well, it looks like multiple people have abilities to spend, so. Okay. I think we've done all the side quests that are available here in this zone. Docktown does not show. Okay, we're at 2 stars with the Shadow Dragons. We're at 2 stars with the Veil Jumpers. We're at 2 stars with Treviso. At 2 stars with the Hall of Valor. I think you just have to have 2 stars with everybody for them to survive the end. 2 stars or better. So we're getting there. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. Perfect. All right. We should go to the lighthouse. Just double check there's not any follow-up side quests from our companions. Yep, there is. Okay. There is? Better grammar would be there are. There are side quests. There is side quests.
Careful with that.
But of course.
It's the only lead I've got.
My dear Davron, I'll be as careful with this cloth as if it were burial silk from the Storm Age. And this will be so instructive for Manfred. Ah, Rook, just in time.
I'm always just in time.
The two of you together? This looks like trouble.
The beginnings of it, we hope.
That piece of cloth I brought the Gloomhowler back at the cauldron still has some of its blood on it.
And now, through the application of necromancy, perfected by the Morn Watch through years of meticulous...
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what the Gloomhowler is.
Rather, discern its nature.
How?
By setting it on fire?
Patience. To discern, one must sometimes destroy. Ah, yes, of course. How interesting.
What is it?
It says this was elven blood. This was a person.
What? But it howls.
A corrupted person. Not always a monster. And something else. Dirthsel. I'm unfamiliar with the meaning.
An elven word. For covenant. Like a promise. Or a blood oath. I think I get it. An elf who took a vow, then gets blighted. An elf who knew about griffins and warden's secrets.
Almost as if...
It was a warden.
I know this is bad, but it means we have a lead.
Indeed we do.
Yes, but one that points within.
If Weishaupt knew about it, they never told me. Something else is going on here. I'll put out the word, call in favors, see who might know more. But thanks for your help, Emmerich. You, discerned well.
My pleasure.
Exactly, Bexorus. Foreshadowing. Lots of juicy details.
She felt it all over.
This is great.
Her attraction to the hero.
Her fan
a
fiction.
Powerful but properly contained tingle. Nearly exquisite. Properly contained. No, sounds bad. Okay, cut the middle line. Much more natural.
What are you working on?
Oh! Rook! I didn't see you. What did you hear?
Enough to get a powerful but properly contained tingle.
That isn't, I mean, I'm not, oh. You're joking, right?
Most of the time.
I love it.
Nev found me more cereals. I've read them, all of them, multiple times. And I thought
so
maybe I
cute.
could try it, writing my own, I mean. Not like Varric Tethrus, but my own sort of thing. For me, and people like me. Something to focus on, besides Syrian and all of that. And you know, you're also interesting. It helps for inspiration.
Interesting is certainly a word we could use.
But it works. You're fighting ancient gods and everything. And you know the rest. It's impressive. What you've done, I mean, brought everyone together. You're a good person. Really.
Being around good people helps. That's the thing about a team. Everyone brings everyone else up.
That's what they taught me. The veil jumpers, I mean. A team's only as good as its weakest link.
Yep.
So you make them stronger.
Yep.
Like you do, with all of us. So, keep being that kind of person. One everyone can look up to. Anyways, thanks, Rook. I'll talk to you later. Gotta finish this scene.
As someone who has been in a lot of writer groups, that part always makes me chuckle.
Not a bad view.
Supper in Docktown?
You're actually taking a break?
I've got leads to chase on Alia and Docktown's missing people. A few sources will only talk if I'm alone. But if you're around after, you help me uncover all this. Supper's on me.
Sure.
Sure.
Count me in.
This smells amazing. Does all coffee smell like this? Or just the stuff you make?
Coffee has a distinct aroma, if that's what you're asking.
Sorry. It was really rare where I grew up. And expensive.
Try everything once. That's what I say.
I want to, but sometimes I just like having what I like.
Oh, I'm out of coffee.
Nothing
speaking
wrong
of
with
which.
that. So, Harding, what do you think?
It's... delicious.
Really selling it, Harding.
Hey, I've known some liars, and I am definitely not it. And this stuff, it's good. It's warm.
I won't be upset if you don't like coffee.
He really wouldn't.
I know, but sorry. It's just this thing I do sometimes.
Acting so people will like you?
It sounds terrible when you say it like that. I know I don't need to do it. I just do.
Sounds really healthy when you put it that way.
You must have been pretty tiny as a child.
Where'd that come from?
A tiny dwarven girl in a land of large human farmers.
Oh, yeah. I probably learned pretty quick that things worked out better if people liked me. If they agreed with me, or I agreed with them.
Some people like cream or sugar in their coffee.
I don't
coffee
normally
just
do. I like
isn't
my
my
coffee black in the
thing.
morning, but in the afternoons I do like cream and sugar when it comes to the afternoon cups. It's a weird thing. Alright, I think that's it. Oh, I would totally buy a cup if they sold it as merch. Alright, back to Docktown with Nev. Let me buy. Oh, dude, if I could buy a Lucanus coffee cup, I would totally use that on stream. Are you kidding me? Coffee. You can get a lyrium dagger? That's cool. I have to finish deciding if I'm going to do the remodel to my office or not, because there's a part of me that wants to stop using a green screen so that I can have, like, so the wall behind me, that's green screen wall. And then this wall is just nothing. You can't really see it, but it's white paint, right? So what I would love to do is build an L-shaped desk which goes against this white wall, and then where I'm sitting right here, and then I move the camera over to here, facing like down at an angle so that you're kind of looking at me, kind of like, I don't know how to do that. I'm not gonna be able to pull that over. So if I could have the camera facing this way, so pointing angled back down into that corner, which would give a cool angle of being able to see like the wall behind me, that wall over there, and then like the latter half of the desk, and I could start to put memorabilia or stuff. But at the same time, it's like, I don't really feel like building a desk right now. And it's like Chris and I thought we were going to remodel that other room, and then we turned it away from that, and we're like, no. And then it's like, do we want to build a desk? And it's like, well, we could, but do I want to do that? Because that's a whole bunch of work. And now I'm just like, nah. I think I'd rather just keep doing what I'm doing and worry about it when we move, whenever that happens, and actually have a proper setup in a studio. I don't know. Could change my mind. You never know. Because it would be cool to have things like the lyrium dagger just hanging up on the wall. A nerd den? Yeah. Woo.
Well, I'm late. Tried grabbing something from Hal's on the way, but the fish fry's not running. So much for supper.
What have you been doing?
Chasing leads. On Alias Venatori, Darktown's missing people, and anything that might come close.
Find anything?
Plenty. Something I can use is another story. So here we are. I'm out of leads, and you're at that supper I promised.
Well, we've got at least one witness. Want to question him? How about a break? We can still do that, right? A short one can't hurt.
Yeah, maybe. I could use a walk. And some rocks. You up for it?
Rocks?
Yeah.
This scene was so awesome when you did it, when I did it previously, because I was romancing
So
Nev.
rocks. Look for good ones.
You were serious about this.
You'll see why. Still think the cat has answers.
Scratchy,
You
scratchy.
never know. Why are we doing this?
Magic. That's how
You
the
know what
hat
they
stays
say.
on.
Leave no stone unturned.
Really?
No.
What's up, Wolf Shield?
Seriously, do you ever take breaks? Real ones?
What do you call this?
Picking up rocks? And I'll bet the coin in my pocket you're thinking of work.
It's hard not to. Look at Docktown. But I was also thinking.
Am I
of
feeling
Whitefish.
better from yesterday? A bit,
I
yeah.
owe you
Thank
half
you.
the coin.
I slept from about 5:30 yesterday afternoon until about 3:30 this morning. So I slept a good like 10 hours, because I did not sleep the previous night. I've still got some it's some sort of intestinal thing. You know, I haven't had any gastrointestinal issues in a long time, so it was definitely like I was due for something.
All right, time to put these rocks to use. Come on.
Seems to be just one of those quick little 48,
How we
72 hour things.
With
so.
the rocks or in general?
Let's
I'm
stick with the rocks.
still feeling a little
In that case, so
little
far
funky.
so good.
A win for
a little
us.
nausea, cramping from
I guess
time to
it
time,
is.
but much better than yesterday. Yeah, I couldn't do it yesterday. Like I think I was here for an hour and a half, and I was like, I gotta go, guys. Like I was just so tired and just not feeling up for it. And I slept most of yesterday afternoon too. Like like at 11 o'clock I slept for about an hour, and then at 2 o'clock I slept for about an hour, and then finally went down at like 5:30 and was just plonk.
Over here. I'll take you to my usual spot.
Fancy.
Isn't it?
Get a cat! I also got nicked by a mosquito. I don't know if you guys could see that right there.
Is this what you
got
do when
bit
you're out of leads?
I'd look
2
over my
nights ago.
notes, but I've got them by
It's
heart.
itching like
I
crazy.
just need to clear my head.
Stepping back can't hurt. Clear minds get things done.
If only they stayed that way. You can't count on a lot here. When I started, I wasn't going to save Minrathous, never mind Thedas. But if I could take a job and follow through, well, maybe people could count on me. But at the end of the day, what have I done? What sticks? Venatori everywhere, Aelia waltzing back into town.
Skipping rocks.
I'm fighting, Rook. Sometimes it feels as though the city itself stabs me in the back.
I'm here to help.
I know. But getting mixed up in my problems, it's not the smart play. Rana's partner, Brahm. Where did it leave him? Where does it leave you?
Side by side with Nev Gallus. Like you are, for me.
You know you're a sap, right?
This is a totally different ending from when you have the romance option. Really cool.
She was there. We didn't see her.
This worked.
This worked.
Maybe. Come on.
Very cool.
Willing to chase a long shot? We need to get to the spillway.
Let's do it. That's pretty close to here.
You've got
Let's
something
just
on Aelia?
run it.
She was there. We just didn't see her.
At this spillway?
At the relic deal. When Aelia controlled Damas, she mentioned Batara and the stolen relic. Why bring that up? Why would she care?
You think she was involved?
Or one of her puppets. She's been careful, but there may be something to pick up at the site. A witness. Anything.
About to find out.
We can get to the site from here, up and across that building.
Did we miss a ladder? I did miss a ladder.
So we're returning to the scene of the crime, where we fought Bataras?
It's just a hunch, but it's the best I've got.
Let's check it out.
The plot thickens.
What's the plan?
Bataras had a red lyrium relic. Those don't play nice with the Veil. The Viper left me a piece of... Remnants fade with time, but if we got here soon enough...
Remnants. We've got them.
Fainter than the ones we found before, but I'll see what I can draw out.
Nice.
Let's take a look. Here goes nothing.
Tink, tink, tink.
The thread smuggler. But this feels scrambled. Two people's thoughts in one source. She wasn't a traitor. She was a puppet.
Nice.
Aelia moving goods to her followers. You bet. Echoes of greed, pride, our Venatori, but Taurus. Look there, there's more. By the waterfall.
Ooh. Gots to go over here to get to that one. Good job, Rook.
We're close to something. I can feel it.
Skipping stones really worked.
I guess some of my plans pan out.
Hey man, nothing wrong with skipping stones.
This one's afraid. A witness? Someone else showed up too, after we left. If I can pull out more of an echo, a memory.
So Nev Gallus is back. Tell me what you saw.
Nothing, I swear.
Nothing, I swear.
Aelia.
I didn't say nothing. I'm an innocent man.
No. In my head. Stay out.
A bystander? They must have seen the fight.
Then Aelia showed up.
Tell me, would you see this city rise? Be a thrall in service to its glorious rebirth?
Thrall? No,
Silence! Your will
belongs to the Venatori.
Uh-oh.
All that talk of saving Tevinter, is this what it looks like?
The risen god will unlock my true power. He's given me Vena Vitalis. We start here.
What's Vena Vitalis?
A rumor, an old Tevinter ritual to increase blood magic. Fake accounts appear on the black market. The real records were burned by magisters. It scared them. But if Aelia follows Elganon, if he could give her the trick, the Venatori are in power, but Aelia wants total control.
A blood ritual. Then the missing people... It's a lead.
It is indeed.
But where? When? Who else does Aelia break before I track her down?
Nev?
This place means something to me. But what am I to it if I can't?
You'll catch Aelia again. Docktown's got someone looking out for them. They'll see that.
I don't need to be the hero. I just need them safe. I'm a sucker, Rook. Getting caught up in all this. Bad habit.
You're not fighting alone.
End of the day, I'm used to counting on myself.
You know, I've seen
it's
some
been.
people who
And now
have
you've
complained
got
about
us
this being a
when
friendship
you need it.
simulator, and I just don't care. Like, I like the storylines, and I like the emotional connections that you have with the companions. I'm glad. Like, I'm confused by the people who complain about that, considering Baldur's Gate 3 did the same thing. Like, you form bonds with your companions. And the only way you do that is through having deep conversations. Ding-a-ling-a-ling! Yeah, Nev is hot. Hottie, hottie, hottie. Alright, ooh, we have another side quest that opened up. Which means I need to go back up there and find it.
Nev, when we met, you didn't trust me.
It wasn't personal.
It was just good sense. I felt the same.
I knew it.
But I changed my mind.
Does this mean you trust me less, or you've fallen for my schemes?
Maybe I changed it too quickly.
Probably. But I changed mine, too.
Alright, I think there's a quest. Yeah, it's right down in here. Let's go find out what this side quest is. I romanced Nev on my first playthrough, yes. So this time I'm not. This time I'm romancing.
Got you covered. Now's your chance.
This time I've romanced Tash.
Protect the shipments. We don't have to. Never mind.
Oh damn, there's somebody behind me still shooting fireballs. Alright, let's try this combo. Ooh, he's stunned. Alright. So it's damn, damn, damn. Nope, didn't work. One.
That should speed things up.
God, the combo is hard to get off.
Made it through.
Crows, send their regatta.
Hey, Rook, nice shot.
We need to close it.
This hunt showing off.
And now Venatori? What's going on?
Good work, Rook.
Finished. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting the Venatori to show up.
They said something about shipments.
Let's look around. I'm getting a bad feeling about this.
Oops, I missed. What soundtrack do I use when someone subs? You mean the guitar riff thing? Are you referring to the guitar riff, Sub-Zero? If that's what you're referring to, yeah, that's something that's in Streamlabs. Like, they have a whole bunch of sound effects that you can choose from. And so I have different sound effects for different things. Like, there's an alarm that goes off when someone raids me on Twitch, which sounds like literally sirens going off. Then there's the guitar riff where someone follows. There's another one for when someone does like a super chat or a membership or a subscription or something. But it's not perfect because the way it works is it only triggers off of the. This is going to sound weird. I don't know how to explain this. So I multi-stream, right? So I'm live on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And the default for Streamlabs is whatever is the primary account that you use to log in with on Streamlabs. That's what it defaults to for the like alarms for your subscriptions and follows and everything else. So like as an example, we're only getting the guitar riff when it sees a follow coming in from Twitch. It doesn't do it when it sees a follow coming in from YouTube because YouTube is the secondary stream, not the primary stream. I don't know if that makes sense. So we only hear the notifications when it's triggering off of the Twitch ones. So I have to manually pay attention when like somebody does memberships and things on YouTube because I don't always get the audio notification for those. But anyway, and I'm sure there's probably something I could do in Streamlabs to better configure all that stuff, but I'm not a tech wizard and I can't be bothered. So, but yeah, it's a sound effect from Streamlabs, and there are like there's a drop down with like hundreds of like sound effects that you can choose from. You can also upload your own sound effects as well. You're welcome.
Thank the Maker. Did you find the others?
What others?
Those mercenaries have abducted people from around Docktown, then sold them to the Venatori. I heard them talk about a warehouse. They could be holding them there.
We'll look into it. The warehouse where we found the Darkspawn isn't far from here. Let's look around, see what we find.
I don't see anything on the base floor. Nothing up here either. There's 3 clues I need to find. Find cell swords.
Well, that's not good. Sounds like blood magic.
Okay, that's one of the clues.
About to have a problem.
Alright, I'd say all the clues have got to be down because there's nothing up here. Okay. Ooh, there's a door. Okay. Oh, that's definitely a second clue. Found a crew by the docks willing to get us what we want. They say they've taken down Kunari before. I'll negotiate the
Trafficking in people. Vile. We need to stop this.
Right, we need one more clue. Where is the last little clue? Mr. Cluey Clue. Tink, 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 tink. Okay, I don't see any clickables here. What am I missing? Oop, 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 oop. Low Tide Beach.
Low Tide Beach. Let's go.
Hey, we were just there a minute ago. Go kick some Venatori ass.
Strike now!
That's these Venatori down.
Always happy to help on a job like this.
The more scattered we make the cult, the better for Docktown.
We'll get you out of there. Hang on.
Nothing like rescuing slaves to make you feel better about
You all
yourself.
No, but I'm alive and grateful. They were going to take me somewhere. They talked about rituals and risen gods.
You don't have to worry about that anymore. Stay safe, or as safe as you can.
Okay, that quest is done. I don't think there's any more side quests in this area. Double check the lighthouse just to make sure we're good here, and then we'll go do Tash's quest. Yep, Emmerich, and oh yeah, we've got multiple quests here.
You'll find whatever's hurting the dwarves.
What? Oh. Yes, I hope so.
I'll find them.
Is that Zara Renata? This place isn't big enough to keep every corpse you guys find.
Zara spoke to Ilario before she died. Emmerich can talk to the dead. I have to know.
I wouldn't have offered my skills if I thought it was unsafe. Let flame rekindle your sight. Let breath and light rise again. Tell us about Ilario della Morte.
Martyrs. He fooled us both. Elaborate.
You took what he wanted most in this world. More than coin, pleasure, family.
The title of First Talon.
Jealousy is a powerful motivator.
I thought he cared enough to grant me a quick death. Why imprison me and risk everything?
An improvisation on this one's part. You had too much potential to die so young.
And Katerina? Did Ilario hire you to kill her?
No.
Ilario used blood magic to control spite. How? He's not a mage.
Our risen god gives many gifts.
Elgranon? Ilario's working with Elgranon?
Her spirit strong. Haste would be appreciated.
Let her go. We've heard enough.
Well, that was pretty damning.
Ilario has much to answer for.
In blood, if nothing else.
What are you gonna do?
Take away everything from him.
People are trying to work out why Emmerich doesn't have a bed. The conclusion he sleeps on the table. Hey man, could be. He might not ever sleep too, with the undead lichdom thing he's got going on.
Fire and ice, light and blood. Another blow to the gods' dweller.
Does Harding have something to say in her room? No, it's weird because sometimes the lighting makes it look like the lights are on, but I don't think they are.
Rook, something's come up. Evka dug around and found us someone who knows more about the Gloomhowler.
Anything useful?
Our new friend wants to talk in person. Figured you'd want to come along for this one.
Time to kill a dragon. Yep, we're good.
All right. The dragon's a fang scorcher that attacked villages. We're close to her lair.
This shouldn't be too bad, right? We fought 2 dragons at once in Hossberg.
The dragons we fought in Hossberg were being ordered around by the gods. They were attack dogs. This is a wolf, a big wolf, fighting in her own territory. Be ready. This is your first real dragon fight.
This is your dance. Show us the steps.
Stay in the trees as long as you can. It's gonna get hot when she sees us.
I like it hot. Booyah! That's why I got a little bit of ice magic to cool things down.
Hey, Nev. You okay to go up against the Fang Scorcher?
Why wouldn't I be? I fought that blighty dragon in Minrathas. Why not another?
Because of your dress. It's pretty. I don't want it to get all scorched.
Oh, it's woven with enchantments to make it resistant to fire and lightning. It should be fine. Also, it's technically not a dress.
Okay. I don't really do clothes. Hang on.
Something's off with that crap up ahead. Let's go up through there on the left instead.
What's wrong?
I don't know. The way that debris is placed doesn't look natural. Or like something a dragon would do.
Interesting. You're the expert. We'll follow your lead.
Careful. She can hear metal clanking from a half-mile away.
You heard Tosh. Light steps.
You know how to take
Let
orders.
me blow up some barrels.
We're here to kill a dragon.
That'll be nice and quiet.
I'm inclined to listen to the expert.
spooks prey, so they bolt out into the open.
I can see how that'd work.
There's a chest around here somewhere. I don't know where it's at. Oh.
Wait. Anton. Anton? What did they want in Arlington Forest?
About to find out.
But they were setting an ambush.
Bet they didn't count on your sharp sense of smell.
Come on. We can circle around. Hit them where they're not expecting us.
Howdy, boys. Also reminds me of like the Fifth Element, those nasty dudes.
Looking good.
I don't remember the names.
Trouble coming our way.
Got us from a distance. Let's see who exits.
Everyone all right?
What did the Anton mean? They knew I'd come for the Fang Scorcher? I only came because she attacked villages.
Maybe they baited it into attacking the villages somehow to lure you out here.
There's someone called the Dragon King.
Stupid name. Let's look around. I need to know what's going on. Bastards! They're the ones who've been capturing dragons and blighting them. Turning them over to Gillinane in exchange for power. Histra Marluk Voshvatari-Brock! We knew the Anton were involved. Now we know it's the Dragon King. That's who we find and kill.
Isn't
We can get
Lucanus
to
the
the
only one
Fang
with an
Scorcher's
actual
lair out
bed,
through
says
there.
Taylor?
Whenever
Oh
you're
wow,
ready.
I had never paid attention actually. No, Davern actually has a bed. Because I've gone into Davern's room. I think it was during my the very first playthrough. When you go into Davern's room and you go around the corner, he has a really cool bed, and above the bed is like a spine of a monster, like hanging on the ceiling above his bed. It's just a little nook around the corner. But I haven't looked in any of the other rooms. That's a fun thing we might have to go back and take a peek at.
All right, she knows we're here. That means quick beats quick.
Yeah, Harding has her little
Stay
tent.
clear of the fire. It's like oil. Gets on you and keeps burning.
Death Comment says, thanks for whoever mentioned that you could get a physical lyrium dagger. I just went and ordered one.
More on top.
Not for long, this naughty on Tom. Welcome aboard. Okay, let's go fight a dragon. This'll go down easy. Kinda like your mom.
Got us in a distance.
you just flat out cannot shoot her from here.
My job, sir. Your turn.
Get out of there!
Get clear. Got it. Now it's your turn. We're under fire. Look out! Need to move.
For gold and glory.
Set up for the rest.
Chakra to Ebra. Chakra to Ebra. Today, you're dragon slayers. Now let's see what she
Booyah.
had in her lair. Probably that big building over there.
Any other goodies up here, maybe? Death Comet says, awesome, it comes with dice and a potion flask and other goodies. No idea that a collector's edition. Nice. It's 2 feet long? Holy crap. That's pretty awesome. Like a 2-foot long lyrium dagger is pretty dope. Also cool that they let you get things after the game is available for sale too, because a lot of collector's editions are only available in the pre-orders.
Let me know when you're ready to get out of here.
Not yet. God, why do they all have to be fire mage things? Give me some ice magic stuff, man.
Just tell me when you're ready.
Let's head out now. Trophy from the Fang Scorcher?
She was a good fight. Thanks for listening to me during the hunt. Not everyone does.
You know what you're doing. I trust you.
Well, you're also taking advice from the elven god of lies.
See? Honesty. This is why I trust you.
Tash has a big glowy blue bed.
When you
I
were
don't know what
standing
color
over
her
the
bed
dragon,
is.
you said something.
We haven't used the bed.
Chakra to Ebra. It's the same thing your mother told you.
There are
You
other ways.
struggle the way you are?
I think she's just picked me up and
must
thrown me
struggle
around the
with
room a
what
few
you are.
times.
It's what she told me when I was a kid. Still does. So I don't want the dragon out.
Meaning your fire breath?
It's not just about the fire. It's about how stuff makes me feel. What I do when I'm angry. And probably about you and me.
I care about you, Tosh. If you need us to slow down, then you're worth the wait.
No. It's not that. I'm saying it wrong. I like being with you. My mother worries about how I get when I care about someone. I feel too much, like it's all I can see. I build it up in my mind, and then if it isn't like that in the real world, it's like I get stuck. I get the same way when I'm angry. Like the fire. The rage is all I have. I don't want to be that. I don't want it to mess up us.
Hey, I like your fire. I like how much you care about things. So stop apologizing.
You haven't seen all the bad stuff yet.
When I do, we'll deal with it. But your fire is part of who you are, and I like who you are. In fact, it's probably because of your fire that we're still here, and that dragon isn't.
Yeah, guess you're right. I think I'm ready to talk with my mother about who I am.
Yeah?
I want her to see the real me. Might invite her to the lighthouse. Maybe that way she doesn't spend the whole time talking about that old tablet.
Good luck with that.
I'm still a little concerned about whoever sent the Anton. They mention the Dragon King?
Yeah, the asshole who's capturing dragons and blighting them for Gillinane. I'll ask Isabella to look for him. Still a stupid name. Dragon King. Dragons wouldn't have kings. They'd have queens.
They kind of do in like every fantasy.
The Fang Scorcher.
It's almost
was
always
dead.
dragon queens.
But the Dragon King was a patient hunter.
So I guess every fantasy series we've ever loved must be woke, right?
All he needed was a little help from a trader in the Lords of Fortune to set a new trap. And the bait was sure to bring Tosh running.
Right. Okie dokie. We're done here, which means we can work on the next quest. First, we should go back to the lighthouse, see if there's any follow-ups. Kind of looks like there is. Yep. Something in Tash's room, and then Emmerich.
I don't understand why you're bringing so many books.
Well, I don't see what your objections are to my taking a canopy.
We're only going for 2 days.
You've hardly brought more than a flask and a bedroll.
Should I send a search party out for you two in a couple of days?
No.
Of course not.
Emmerich wants to see more of Ferelden, so we're going camping. But he's treating it like we're going to an academic thing.
An expedition can have its earthly comforts.
You want to bring a shaving kit in the woods.
My dear Harding, a gentleman is never without a brush and a razor.
The whole point of going to the wilds is to get away from all that. So what if you get muddy and smell a little bad?
One can enjoy the scenery while remembering to bathe.
Harding, does it really matter if Emmerich brings 8 books?
9, actually.
And Emmerich, so what if Harding is fine sleeping on dirt?
Not all the time. Okay, Rook, I know. This trip's supposed to be fun.
I really have looked forward to you showing me more of your home, Harding.
Me too. Oh, and I'll make us sandwiches.
Ah, your famous ham and jam slam?
Well, yam and jam slam because you don't eat meat. So I'll use yams.
How thoughtful. Thank you, Harding.
Yeah, where is it safe to camp right now? That's a good point. Hey, baby dragon. Remember how you said I'd never find a big horde? You were wrong, and I'm amazing. Come to the hall if you want to see my haul. I had to buy a whole new ship just to carry it. For my gold and my glory. Ethelred the Totally Ready. There's a poorly drawn cartoon in the corner of a man flexing atop a pile of loot. It's fucking hilarious. Come to the hall to see my haul. Hey, he has a different coffee mug. Oh, this is the one he uses here. I forgot.
They sent word. They have information about Ilario. Whatever it is, they wish to speak away from Treviso, away from anyone who might be listening. They won't put more to paper. I need to meet with them as soon as possible.
Do that.
This is where we eat.
I see.
Shathan, it's good to see you again.
My child wished to show me where she now lived.
I made food. Here, this cup. Made it myself.
And do you have powdered ginger for the table?
I'll go get some.
You are not good enough for my child.
That's not your call.
You are emotionally sloppy and lack the resolve she needs.
Wow.
You will only bring her pain.
And it's shitty because I know the ending and I don't want to like oh man.
Or I can make Tosh happy.
It is not about happiness.
Then what is it about?
Teaching my child to survive in this world.
Tosh is an adult. If you haven't finished teaching by now...
I have failed. Yes. I was never taught how to be a mother.
Yeah, some of it's different,
Under
some
the
of it's
Qun,
the same.
Children are raised by those suited to such pursuits. I trained as a scholar. I was taught to think critically, to analyze without passion, and correct mistakes. You need not tell me that I am an inadequate mother. I am aware.
Then why did you leave?
When I see my child in danger, I act.
Here's the ginger.
Thank you.
So, I'm non-binary.
What does that mean?
It means I don't feel like a man or a woman.
Mom is gonna struggle bus.
If you are neither a man nor a woman, then what are you?
Non-binary. I just said, and I'm going to use they instead of she from now on.
If this is because I have criticized your dress or your manners...
It isn't!
Under the Qun, the term for one whose gender does not match the one given to them at birth was a Qunathlok. Perhaps you are like that.
Why do you have to keep picking at it? Why can't you just be happy for me?
Evatosh, Chakra to Ebra.
So I'm supposed to struggle with who I am? Even if I don't feel like I fit, even if I feel wrong?
No, you misunderstood.
Then say it better!
Say it better.
Why am I never enough for you?
Say it better. That is something that way too many people don't
I
make
will
the
go.
effort to do. They don't find.
Thank you for inviting me to your
They don't
home.
make an attempt.
Panahedan.
All of that was new for her. Just give her some time.
No. It's okay.
Tosh.
I'm not hiding anymore. How she takes it is her problem.
Fist
You
bump.
sure?
Yeah. Come on. Don't let food go to waste.
Say it better. Yeah, it's a great line. There's a lot of parents, especially parents from the previous generation, the boomer generation. There's a lot of parents from the boomer generation that need to learn that line. Say it better.
Best cereal in mint wrappers.
Why don't you care about our sickness?
You
I'm about
found
to go find
something
some more
about
coffee, I
Ilaria?
think.
Possibly. What do you mean, possibly? You have something or you don't?
It's Caterina.
We don't know that for certain.
Tell me.
I've got my eyes on Villa della Morte. One of them brought back one of Caterina's rings.
It had been thrown out with the trash. Ilario would never do that. He'd at least pawn it somewhere.
You think Katerina threw the ring away as a message that she's inside the house.
Her opal ring. Lucanis, you know what that means.
She gave that ring to my mother. It was the mark of her favor. House Veilguard killed my parents and sent it back to Caterina to demand she surrender the seat of First Talon. She's alive. Ilario, you idiot.
We need more eyes in the villa to say for certain.
Ilario would tear the city apart searching if he'd lost this. How could she be alive? What is he thinking? How am I supposed to deal with this?
We need to plan a rescue. The sooner we get Caterina out of there, the better.
I agree.
It could be a trap. We have to deal with Ilario first.
He could still kill her if we move against him. Maker knows what's in his head.
V, you're too pessimistic for your own good. Reason with him, Lucanis.
I thought I had a clear shot at my target. What if I go after him and get Caterina killed? Help us.
We got this.
How? What do you need?
He'll listen. He always listens to you. Come.
What did you do? Is this the Fade? It seems different. It isn't like those fragments of Solas's past in the Crossroads either.
I don't remember
Lucanis is
this.
here. Always. Behind locked doors. I can't break through.
I do not remember
Alright.
this from my first
Let's
playthrough.
go get him.
I don't. Like,
I was supposed to have a useful demon, and instead I have a useless abomination. Wonderful!
I do not remember this at all.
I know this place. It's the ossuary. The prison we freed Lucanus from.
Freed? No! We've always been here.
Right. It's not the real ossuary, but it doesn't seem like a memory either. Lucanus is in here somewhere, right? He's what? Where they kept his blood?
Yes, go there! But the locks everywhere. I can't touch them.
How do I get past the locks? Turn myself into a mouse? Fight a bunch of giant spiders?
By getting past the guards. It's a prison!
Right. What was I thinking?
I wonder how I didn't see this my first playthrough. I wonder if this is because I saved Treviso instead of Minrathous, because the first time around I saved Minrathous, and so Lucanus was hardened. And this time around I saved Treviso. I'll be back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. That took longer than I anticipated. Yeah, this is completely different and new for me. Brought Beck stars. I wouldn't leave my character here at Suckerberg. I didn't really have a choice. That was my that was my stomach telling me that it was time to take a break. So I apologize, guys, not to be rude. I very rarely use the pause button, correct? Because I don't like to leave. Because if I just use the pause button, this is what you guys get. Like, there's no audio. So if I leave it with this, there's at least like some static or some residual background for people to sit and listen to, even if there's not me sitting here. Props for the devs to make it a Demon's Nightmare the safest place in the whole game. You do not, Marcel, you do not keep the appearances you earned in your first playthrough. Alright, I'm gonna ease back into this. I may have to step away again. No lie, guys. It's a little dicey here right now. Oh. I can't believe I didn't see this at all my first time playing. So, because someone had asked me, did we ever get any, I can't remember when they asked. They asked if there was any more information about Lucanus' backstory and how he got to be possessed and everything. I was like, not to my knowledge. And this appears to be related to that. By the way, guys, if I do have to step away again, I am going to apologize in advance, but I am not 100%, and these are emergency bio breaks. It's probably TMI for some people, but I just want you guys to be aware. I don't like going AFK for extended periods of time, but this is body needs what the body needs. How the fuck am I getting over there? This just goes to show you the replayability as well, because I never, like, this was not, and I wonder how much of this is because he's not hardened in this version, so I get to see extra. Or maybe I just missed this. Yeah, Panda Tech shit happens to the best of us. Literally, sir. Literally.
What trouble you've been.
Nobody's here.
Of course not. Rook can't be here.
Me? Why not?
You open. Katerina was first done. This is Crow business. We can handle it.
From this crucible, a new Teventa shall be cast.
She gave that ring to my mother. It was the mark of her favor. House Veilguard killed me, sent it to Katerina, so few of us left.
Rock, did you forget our deal? You were to bring my grandson back to me.
I did.
You brought me an abomination. Where is my grandson?
Tenderness and terror, rage and relief. Old stale fear of disappointment.
This is the Fade, so this Katarina is a spirit?
Yeah, I have
Something
no
like
idea,
that?
Taylor.
No, Lucanus is mine. They won't dare. Thoughts live here. Ideas, feelings.
She's his idea of Katarina, then. Katarina? Lucanus is trapped.
Give me 2
but I
seconds.
think you're part of his way out.
What did you say? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to show everybody your beautiful shirt? Oh, never mind. I think it's a beautiful shirt. Oh, it doesn't show up properly. It shows blue. It's purple. Yeah, it shows up blue, though, because of the filter. Alright, be careful. Do you have your phone? Alright, I'll see you in a bit. Alright, love you. Are you gonna take the umbrella? Ah, mejor. Mejor en ponche. Alright, Tebo. I like your boots. Alright, see you, babe. Okay.
Lucanus may have changed, but he's still the little boy you loved and raised.
He's not changed. He's possessed by a demon.
And you would never think of rejecting him, whatever happened, would you?
Yeah, she's got a...
boy.
Her and her sisters, they have good style. And they also usually get a lot of that stuff is like local clothing from
There's no point, you know.
people who live around
Nothing
here.
awaits you anymore. You're long dead.
Ah, yes, the Crow. You will learn to regret your crimes against the Venatori.
Don't worry, Rook. I've got my eye on the prisoner.
You've conjured up a friendly face, Lucanus. But your real friends and allies need you in the real world.
Rook, are you sure Spite isn't tricking you? What if there's no Lucanus, just the demon?
After a year in the ossuary, you might believe that. But you're no demon.
Look around. This isn't the mind of a human being, let alone an Antivan Crow.
You are the man you were, Lucanus, even buried in this pain. No demon would punish itself like this.
You really shouldn't trust anything you find in the Fade.
I trust you, Lucanus, and I trust myself to get you home. Let me.
They're not class locked,
You know
Marcel.
that's the kind of attitude that's gonna get you killed,
They're not
right?
class locked.
I'll risk it. I have a master assassin on my side, don't I?
Nothing is class locked in this game.
Be careful.
You can literally wear any single piece of anything you want to wear. Like, I can go into my inventory right now, as an example. Then I go over here. I can wear light, I can wear medium, I can wear heavy, I can wear all of this. I've not seen a single piece of armor in the game that's class locked. Unless you're talking like cosmetics, but even those aren't necessarily class locked. I haven't seen any class locked. Is there class locked stuff in the game? I've not seen any class locked stuff in the game.
I get one of you back, only to lose the other.
Useless. All of this, utterly useless.
Hey, Rook. Should you be here? Can't say it's the safest place in the world.
Stomach-churning excitement. Dread with a hint of hope. A long way to fall.
Somehow, I thought Lucanus would think of Nev as being more... Tevinter?
Tevinter? People come in three kinds. Family, enemies. Contracts.
I hope that's just spite talking. Nev, you need to let us pass.
You know how he is, Rook. Even if you open the door, Lucanus won't walk through it. This is where he wants to be.
Lucanus always has a choice. If he can't see that, I'm here to show him.
You really think you can help him? You're such a sap, Rook.
I think it's time you stood aside and let me try.
What's up, Sanjo?
Envy is the rarest of all demons, most challenging to cultivate.
What's up, Thandar?
Conditions must be perfect.
She'll come.
Can't believe it. You're home. Rook, you're too good to be wasting your time in a place like this. Forget about my cousin. You've got much more important things to worry about, don't you? You've got the weight of the world on your shoulders.
Sharp, jagged edges. Hurt with every breath. Grief and relief. Hope and anger mixed.
Lucanus, you don't owe Ilario a second thought, much less a supporting role.
He put us here.
You've got to leave this be, Rook. You turn my cousin loose, it's only going to cause more grief.
You know him, Lucanus. Even here, Ilario just wants to save his own neck.
Would that be enough? Would anything? Do you really think he made a deal with a demon? He's not even a mage. Or do you think maybe he just found the one there already? He'll carry this prison with him forever. And he'll fill it with corpses given time.
We need out.
Imagine what you could do without hearing his defeatist words in your head, Lucanus. It's time you evicted him.
You have no idea what the consequences will be.
Whatever they are, Lucanus, I'll be there to help you.
Oh, this is fascinating.
If I were in charge, you wouldn't have to do this anymore.
Any more notes?
What are you doing here, Rook?
Breaking you out of prison, again.
Not this time, I think.
You see? He breaks our agreement. His mind is still here. He wants to stay here, so he keeps me here. Mierda! Why would I want to stay? Even in my head, this place is a nightmare.
Right, but it's a nightmare you already defeated. I get it now. As bad as the ossuary was for you, it was better than the alternative.
What alternative?
The ossuary, Zara. You could solve those problems with a blade. But healing again? Living as an abomination? There's no simple answer there. And if you fail, you could hurt the ones you love.
No! This is not... Damn it, Rook! Make him leave!
Have the choices changed the story much? Not the main story, Sanjo. But like this, I never saw this sequence during my first playthrough. So there's been a lot of small things that are not related to the main story that have been completely different. Because I've taken different companions. I chose to save a different city this time around. I've romanced different people. So there's a lot of small differences in cutscenes. And then there's completely new stuff like this. Like, I never saw this my first time through.
Yelling at someone who's trying to fix themselves doesn't help, Spite. And since you're stuck with him, you're only hurting yourself.
Rook, you're right. There has to be a way through this.
It's just so much. I cannot see how to begin.
Start small, you and Spite. Figure out a goal you can both agree on, then make it happen.
A contract? Contracts are for clients. Call this an alliance. But on what terms?
The choice seems obvious to me. Beat the crap out of your cousin.
Rook is my favorite.
Ilario. He's a pain in the
Rook
ass.
is my
but he and
favorite.
Katarina are all I have left.
He put us here.
I never said kill him. I said beat the crap out of him.
So, do we have a deal then? We'll work together and Ilario will suffer for what he's done to us.
He will not escape us both.
Nice. Well, that was cool.
Rook, are you all right?
What's the matter with the two of you?
We worked some things out. That's all. How long were we standing here?
Just long enough for it to get awkward. You're sure you're all right?
We're fine, Thea. Don't waste your worry on us. Can I trust the two of you to keep an eye on Ilario? If he starts anything, I want to know about it.
I was going to do that anyway.
You're planning something.
My cousin has a lot to answer for. I intend to make sure he does, but we need information first. We don't know what we're going into. If he has Katarina hostage, if he has allies. We do this job right. Find out everything we can, then strike.
Very cool. Well, that was a bonus thing that I never saw the first time around, so I'll take that as a win. No points to spend with my companions. Yeah, I do have points with Tash. Yeah, Thayan, I definitely didn't have it my first time through, so that was a really cool bonus. Okay. Yeah, we need to get rid of that one and take Dragon Fire Strike. Right? Spitfire, Taunt. Dragon Fire Strike. Spitfire. Alright, we're good. Alright, we should probably go back to the lighthouse really quick just to double check there's nothing else there. Yep, Lucanus and Nev.
Oh, great. Is it your turn to cook? What's all this going to be?
Paella. Well, two of them. One without seafood for Emmerich. And a gooseberry pie for dessert. Nev's favorite.
You made dessert just for Nev?
There's enough for everyone.
Yes, but you still made it just for her.
You think it's a bad idea?
You're sweet on Nev.
Don't say it like that. You think it's too much?
Don't they say the way to someone's heart is through their stomach? It's perfect.
The best way to the heart is between the fourth and fifth ribs. Don't listen to Biago.
That was definitely not what we were just talking about, Lucanus.
I'm not good at this. Hilario's always been the charming one. I just had to be good with a knife.
You can be both.
Rook.
So this scene is quite a bit different because he's sweet on Nev this playthrough, whereas I was romancing Nev the first time. That's cool. Am I playing Stalker? Yep, that is the main game on the 20th. We're switching over and they'll be streaming that exclusively. Well, not exclusively, because on the day after that, the Star Wars Outlaws DLC goes live, so I'll be bouncing between the two games for a few days.
And we're lucky.
But otherwise, it's going to be Stalker 2 until
been
December
cremated.
6th, which is Indiana Jones.
I'll never understand that custom.
What are you two up to?
Rook, it's very exciting. Nev's invited me to help solve a murder.
Well, if anyone's gonna gather clues from the dead...
I helped the Navaran city guard a few times, but a long-lost crime from the heart of Tevinter.
Let's not oversell it. You ready?
By the flame that stoked you, by the light that rises. Return and speak.
What do you want of this one?
You were a shadow dragon. Someone took you out.
She's already digging in. Be firm.
Why should this one speak?
Good question.
Come on. Have you got anything better to do?
We offer you a last chance to speak with the living.
Speak with no promise of answer.
You helped get people out of the city. Who was the last person you took?
No. Secret. This one's to protect.
They're clinging to a role, keeping secrets.
Fine. Then tell me who killed you. Did you see their face?
Their name gives the other away.
If they came for you, then they're coming for whoever you helped escape.
Right, so this got intense. But if someone's in danger, please help.
One more answer, and you can rest.
This one saw through his face. Piranhas. His son wanted out for Blood Mage family. This one got the son to Azariel. Help him.
The shadow dragons will get him to safety.
The spirit has left us. Thank you for trusting me with one of your dead.
Wouldn't leave that to just anyone. You're a different story. Thanks for the help.
Nice.
Anytime.
Microsoft Flight Simulator and Stalker 2 need more time in life. Yeah, I hear you there, Tanner. There needs to be more hours in the day. Alright, now we can go do... Let's do this one for Davrin. And let's bring along Tash. I'll be right back. I need to check on the cats real quick since Chris stepped away. And her new ducks. Alright. Well, one of the cats is missing, which means she's out in the woods somewhere. It's a rainy day, so I'm hoping she didn't go too far. It's the one who goes out in the woods normally anyway, so... I can't step away to go look for her right now, though, because that'll be a 10-minute venture of going out there and calling for her and shaking the food container. Chris isn't here right now, so... Ducks look good, though, settling into their new home. I'll have a video on that going up tomorrow on the Homestead channel. What's up, Mike? On your second playthrough, even better than the first. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff.
Thanks for tagging along, Rook.
In the
Those
second
feelers
playthrough, it's
I put
been.
out about the gloom
There's a
hour
lot of
turned up
interesting
something.
things I see in the
Evka,
dialogue.
I got your message.
I figured you'd want to hear this.
Then I'm
Mrs.
like,
Davin
oh, I know what
and
that.
Rook.
I know what that means.
You can trust them.
Now that I've
What's
played
your
the
name?
game.
It's okay. We're here to help.
Nothing to be afraid of.
My name's Valia. When I heard about Weishaupt, what happened, I once trained to be a Grey Warden, but I left before the joining.
It's not for everyone.
It wasn't that. I'm the one who found the griffin eggs before they hatched.
I've got about 1,000,000 questions. But why come to us now?
I knew some of the wardens who were caring for the griffins, Remy and Lancet. I think I know what killed them.
The Gloomhowler. It's a Grey Warden, isn't it? An elf.
But that's all we know.
Yes. Her name was Isaiah. I found her diary. She was a mage. She blighted all the griffins during the Fourth Blight.
What?
Upon direct orders from the First Warden at the time. She had no choice. This was centuries ago.
I can understand why this Isaiah is so pissed.
She felt betrayed by the Wardens, forcing her to do it. As penance, she hid the remaining eggs with a protective spell. I followed the clues and found them.
That was 400 years ago. She shouldn't even be alive.
Her last entry said she left for her calling.
Then she's probably in the deep roads. Blighted. Twisted.
Hassan? I was there the day you hatched. You've grown.
Careful. He's a shameless flirt.
That's because he's such a pretty boy, isn't
Yes, he
he?
is a pretty boy.
I remember
He's a
feeding
pretty
him
boy who
ginger
needs
wort
all the
truffles as a
scritches.
baby.
Scritchy scratch,
So
scritchy scratch.
you're the reason Davern's been hunting mushrooms instead of monsters.
Anything
Yes, the
for the
Varric
prince.
stuff and seeing through Solus's lies.
I don't see a crown on your head yet.
I can't wait to kick his ass at the
There
end of this
should be.
playthrough.
Griffins give the Wardens hope. Something to rally around after Weishaupt. Please find his brothers and sisters, whatever it takes. We owe them so much.
Count on it.
Stay safe, Hassan.
This is good information, but it still doesn't tell us where the Gloomhowler is.
No. But the other wardens will keep looking. The Gloomhowler, Isaiah, can't hide forever.
Ooh, there's a side quest that opened up over here. I have no idea what that even means, Dan. So no, I've not been finding whatever
Rook,
orbs for
I'm
a secret
Sawyer.
ending.
Watch your back out there.
Nope.
What's going on?
Mercenaries. They're taking advantage of the blight and looting what was left behind.
I'm gonna have to go step outside
They
again,
attacked
guys. The
wardens
chickens are
on
going
sight,
crazy,
even
so I
as
need to
we're
make sure
fighting
there's
all this.
nothing going on.
A scout saw torches headed towards the redoubt. If they manage to break into the cauldron, there's dangerous relics out there and blighted weapons, and those mercenaries would sell to the highest bidder.
Can't let that happen. If I can stop them, I will.
We'd be in your debt, more than we already are.
Alright, I do need to step away again, guys. Sorry about this, but the chickens are going crazy. I gotta make sure that we don't have like an animal sneaking in. having storm stuff going on outside, so the chickens are upset because there's now ducks next to their chicken coop. And as I was out there accommodating that, Blanca, who I just went out a few minutes ago to look for, was up on the roof crying because she wanted help getting down. So good thing is I've got her back inside now. It looks like the storm's about to hit, so we're about to get some more rain. Had a rather nice cold front coming through. Plenty of rain and wind. The ducks are quite happy, actually. And then I've got a super secret something. I'm going to record a video for the channel members over on YouTube later today. Because Chris and I have a little bit of a thing we're doing that I'm going to get y'all up to speed on soon.
He kept talking.
Alright, we have this quest. We have this quest. It's the mercenary groups. I'll probably just go watch somebody's video of it, Thaindar. If I don't actively get those things by playing the game, I'll just watch somebody's
mercenaries
video.
Take whatever you find.
Already on it.
No witnesses. Take whatever's on them.
Don't drop it. Works for me.
Nice move, bro.
We're losing heart.
Warden Sawyer was right. They're after whatever they can steal, and they're willing to kill for it.
That's messed up. This isn't crap that's just lying around. It belongs to the Wardens.
We can't let this stand.
Killed. These aren't Darkspawn wounds.
He made it out of Weishaupt, just to get murdered here.
There's the
Got the last warden who found us. We'll gut you too.
Look at you two.
You'll pay for that.
This isn't the last of them.
Hurry up. This makes my skin crawl.
Oh, I guess we're crawling up. Find these guys.
This loot's ours! It is not. Don't be an asshole. You're fighting back.
That's it for the mercenaries.
Good. The Wardens have enough on their minds as it is.
We should tell...
That'll be a turn in, and then we can do his quest. Yeah, that's literally what I've been working on. That's why we came back here is... I've been working on... I just do everybody's stuff as I come back to the lighthouse. So one of the things we're about to do is we're going to do the next stage of the Gloomhaler quest.
Sawyer, the mercenaries
and then
mentioned.
we're going to go work on somebody
We
else's
stopped them.
next stage, and then somebody else's next stage, and then somebody else's next
Anything
stage.
they
So I've
took
cleared
from the
all the
locals,
companion
we'll
quests.
see return. As for what belongs to the Wardens, some of that may be better destroyed. We'll see to that too.
Okay, there's so that quest is done. Now we go do this quest. Actually, no, I don't do that quest. What's the one? Never mind. We already got up to speed on that, so we don't have to. This is checking in with the warden, so this is something different.
Hey, Dad. You know those containers you made for some of the warden's joining lists?
Yeah?
Can we make one for the physician, Flynn? They should get one too, right?
We can make something for Flynn.
Maybe a special medic one?
Good idea. You're keeping busy.
God, it's all fire stuff. I wish there was more, like, ice stuff.
Good to go. You need anything else, I'll be here.
Thanks, Holden. I'll see you around.
Yeah, I'm fine with that party. The cauldron was
Evka,
crazy.
Antoine, you needed help with something. Is this about your studies?
Look at the blight here. The world dies like this if we do nothing. We need a deeper understanding of how it behaves. I have theories, but...
Something's wrong.
We've been keeping Darkspawn away from Lavendel, but those have been packs. What's heading for us now is a small horde. We push it back.
Any chance on my third playthrough in a year or two, you do a worse playthrough, get those beloved companions of faction sacrifice? Nah. I don't like it. It's like there's a reason I've never done a Dark Urge playthrough for Baldur's Gate 3 as an example.
We must get ahead of this.
Where do things stand now?
Like I have no desire to
will
play
put
evil.
themselves between Lavendel and the Blight, but we'll be spread thin around the village.
Or worse.
There's only so many of us. We need to make that work.
Your plan to get us through is a good one.
I gave advice and people listened.
You credit yourself too little.
I have a feeling he's right.
Fine. I'm great, the plan's great. Let's hope we don't die.
You are. It is, and
Taylor says ice stuff is in Minrathis.
So
I should probably go check.
What can I do?
There are sentries equipped with horns stationed around the village. Those horns are sounded when an attack begins, and again if backup's needed. That lets us focus our numbers. I need you to check with the sentries.
Yeah,
Make sure they're
I
ready.
can't do evil at all.
I'm on it. We can do this.
All right. Take that can-do spirit
I
to
even
the
have a
rest.
hard time with like
Check back
morally
with
gray
us when you're
stuff a
done
lot
with
of the
the
time.
sentries.
It's like
We can hold off the smaller packs for a while.
I don't
There's
mind
no
punching
going
a
back
first
once
warden in the
horde
face,
hits.
but you know, like I'm not gonna sacrifice an innocent
Come on.
just
let's
because I
check on
want
the
to see the
warden's
different
sentries.
outcome. That's not how I roll.
Hey, Evka sent me. How are things here?
Evka's plan is sound. We'll stand together and see it through.
We won't fail.
Tell Evka we're ready.
All right. Plan is solid.
Nothing we can do. I think they have a plan.
Well, look who it is. Name's Warden Augustin.
Evkas and me. How are things here?
The Darkspawn aren't on us, but they will be. I can feel it. And you go where the fight is, don't you? Tell Evka I'm ready. We'll hold Lavendel.
Hey, Evka wanted me to check in. Are you ready?
I am. The Darkspawn won't win this one.
Not on our watch.
We took those dragons, we'll take this too.
We should get back to Evka.
She's close enough. I don't need to fast travel.
Evka, the sentries are ready.
Good. Are you?
Let's do this.
That's a horn. The Darkspawn are here.
Sounds like it came from the glade.
Let's move. We can't let them break through to the village.
Lavendel is the only place with life left. We make sure it stays alive.
We're not off the hook yet.
Keep it coming, bro.
We'll fight all of you.
Come on now.
They're down, but there's more fight left out there.
All right, be ready for the next call. We could check on the caves, see how the fight is there. Or head to the farmlands.
I don't think it matters.
Rick! We've got things covered here. Push them supplies if you need them.
Thanks.
Okay, they've got things covered there, so we
Another
need to
horn.
get to the gate.
They're hitting the gate.
Come on!
Like, I did not do this quest on my main playthrough either, so this is new.
goblin in their village. Ready.
Evka, get some.
Thanks for having my back.
You took more than your share.
Uh-oh.
Antoine?
What is it?
Something else out there.
Something evil. A strange calling in the blight.
Something to look into.
Yes. But that's what we do. And today, we won the day.
He's right. Take that with you. When the next thing comes, we'll handle that too.
All right.
It's in here too.
You're sure?
It's faint, but yes.
Is something wrong?
Yeah, but first you deserve some thanks. Lavendale is safe.
They still need our protection, of course. But we won this fight together.
Thanks to Evka's plan.
If we're giving Evka credit, then I won't argue.
Fine. Credit taken. Now, as much as I hate changing the subject...
Right. Antoine, you sensed something strange. What was it?
The Blight's song wasn't just strange. At first I heard the gods. But now... there's something else. And it's here, in the wetlands. It pulses. Weird. Pulling somewhere dark. It sounds... I don't know. Pleased?
What does that mean?
We don't know yet.
Likely nothing good.
Right, but the blight sounds pleased? How?
That's the closest word I had. It's a very unnerving type of pleased. If that makes you feel better.
Not really.
We need more time to study what the new song means, and where it leads.
And you can't listen to it all the time. We don't know what it is.
Evka, But yes, we have many different tests to run. Remember to visit Rook. We'll have results eventually.
Until then, stay safe. Antoine, what's on your mind?
It's like there's a pattern in the blight, and no pattern at all.
Alright. This will be my last point in the evoker line.
But always something pulling.
Davrin.
Okay. No side quests here at the moment. Back to the lighthouse.
Hold it.
Oh, just a Davern quest.
Hey, Rook. I was planning to take us on to the woods in Arlethan soon. Want to keep us company?
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Hassan will be glad to hear it. Needs to stretch his wings.
Okay. Let's do Harding's quest next. Let's take Tash.
The missing dwarves started their patrol here. If we retrace their steps, we'll figure out what happened to them. I hope. This way. And be on your guard. I don't know what we'll find here.
Got your back.
God, the music is so nice. So nice, you gotta listen twice. Oh. That's actually pretty awesome. If I can get the upgraded version of that, to where I get 25 mana when an area ability hits 2 or more enemies, that would replace the one I'm using. I think Chris just came home.
They were definitely here.
This is good. We're headed in the right direction.
God, that view. And knowing what that is now, that right there, knowing what that is, pretty freaking epic.
The entrance to the deep roads is through here. Let's go. I think there's a passage back here. Stand back. I'll move this rock aside.
You do that. I'm gonna go over here and loot all the stuff. Practice my acrobatics. Jumping up, do. Jumping all around, it's like you do.
Dark. And it looks like the passage leads down.
Guess where we're going.
Undead? Why are there undead things here?
It's a good question. Why are there undead things here? Hold up. Appliance overwhelmed. Still up overwhelmed. Oops.
Thousands have died in the deep roads.
That's not what I asked.
Looks dwarven. It might belong to one of the missing Kalsharok dwarves. Come on, let's try to find a way forward.
I think we need to head this way. Harding, do your thing.
This rock, it feels... Rook, I think there's someone in there. We've got you.
You. It's you.
Yes.
'Tis I.
It's me, Harding.
But you were... no, it couldn't have been. Oh, my head.
Just rest. You're no longer in danger.
Something's still out there.
But it's not after you anymore.
I understand. May the ancestors be with you.
We should keep going. I sense someone else close by.
Be careful. Trust nothing you hear. Trust nothing you see. And thank you, Harding.
That's right. Hashtag save the world.
Stay
Hashtag
here. You'll be
save
safe.
everyone.
This isn't all of them. Let's keep going.
George King says I committed Harding's quest yesterday and then committed to her. Dude, yeah. If I hadn't already had my mind made up on Nev my first playthrough, the Harding storyline was enough to make me go, I need to romance Harding. Oh, the yawns are real. I need to go check if see if there's any more coffee. I don't know if Chris made any more coffee before she headed out. Look at these lyrium veins, man.
Looks like old mining stuff.
There's lyrium all through these rocks. I'm not surprised people tried to get at it.
When I see people say that this game looks like shit compared to Dragon Age Origins, I just don't believe anything else they have to say. Because I'm sorry, the graphical differences in this game are so superior. Like, the deep roads look so much better here. Just fidelity-wise. I think it was Bubbaloni who said it's kind of like it's a blending of the Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition deep roads. Oh, I can't even use that one yet.
Those scuff marks. That looks like someone was...
dragged off.
We have to find them.
Ooh, 3-star chest. Please be something I can use. I have yet to find a single red item that I would use on this character. Nope. Oh, people are just looking for any reason they can find to be justified in their hatred. And the best part is I get to ignore every little bit of it. I still get, it's definitely fewer people now. I mean, we're also fewer people overall. I mean, a lot of people have already moved on from the game now that they've already beat it and stuff. So as a second playthrough, you know, I think during the peak playthrough we were getting like 60, 70 people, and now we're down to like 40, 35, 40 that are watching the streams, which is normal when I'm past the main storyline. But I've noticed that the trolls have also dipped off quite a bit too. Like, we're not getting 30, 40 comments a day anymore. We're getting like 5 to 10. But the one that I'm seeing a lot of right now is we're still getting a lot of people who are like, look at the sales, it failed miserably. And it's like, nobody wants to point out the reviews, because the reviews are still very positive, mostly positive to very positive. But the other one is, I've seen it about 6 or 8 times now in the last 24 hours, which is, this game is made for 10-year-olds, or some similar type of comment about this game is made for 10-year-olds, this game is made for people who have 10-year-old minds, blah 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 blah. And I have a new response to all the trolls, and I literally just say hugs and kisses. Hugs and kisses. Oh, and I had somebody who got triggered by that today because I said hugs and kisses, and he came back and he was like, I don't want hugs and kisses from a tranny lover.
There's someone close. I think I can feel them. Keep looking.
That's amazing.
And now demons?
Demons!
Demons. Something's got them riled up.
Ooh, big demon. Indeed, great cat. A lot of people with broken minds out there. Ew, I don't want kisses from a tranny lover. I don't even know what video that is, Dan. I've never even heard of that person.
I died in there. Thank you.
You're okay.
Spellin Shields video said it felt like a Shakespearean hate video of how bad the game is, and he went on it for the 10-year-old thing too. Yeah, that seems to be the latest from the last like 24, 48 hours. I'm guessing that's why, is because that person posted a video where they said that, so they get the little, yeah, it's the people who have the brain rot, and they just repeat whatever is the latest diatribe that they've heard. Because it's been like, last night and today, it's been the whole, this game's made for 10-year-olds commentary. I don't mind, like, for me, it's like my 10-year-old, the 5-year-old child in me is still alive and well. That was my response when all the people were pissed off about Willow, the Willow show on Disney Plus. Like, a bunch of people were upset, like, this is drivel, it's made for, made for 5-year-olds and 10-year-olds, and I'm like, yeah. My 5-year-old is alive and well, and I hope that the 5-year-old inside me never dies. I feel sorry for you if your 5-year-old has been smothered and allowed to die, because I don't ever want to be in a point where the 5-year-old child inside of me is dead and finds misery in everything.
We need to go up. Let's look for a way to get there.
I'm going to be reviewing Star Wars The Skeleton Crew in December, and I'm just waiting for that. That'll be the latest piece of Star Wars material that's going to get shredded to bits because of angry people, because the trailer already had people like just pissing all over it because of it looks like it was filmed in suburbia somewhere in the United States, and it's like, yeah, you guys don't even.
Look, there's a way through here.
Yeah, it is a tragic thing to lose your inner child, Great Cat. It's the, I mean, they talk about it in a lot of other films and movies, like the reason adults can't see, is they lose their magic. They can't see things anymore once they become adults, so they lose that sense of awe and wonder. And so, adults don't have imaginary friends because they've lost connection with that world, if that makes sense. I had a buddy of mine who explained it
close by.
in a different way, but we were talking, this is years ago, we were having a discussion on where did magic go? Like, where did actual magic disappear to? And we were talking about how technology just simply replaced magic, but at the same time, it's kind of like if you and I are having a conversation in the same room, and we can hear each other fine, but then if you can imagine a radio is turned on in the other room, and that radio starts to get louder and louder and louder, and eventually it gets to the point where I can't hear you anymore because the radio has become so loud that I can't hear your voice anymore. And that's kind of like the idea of magic. Magic has gotten drowned out by the noise of technology, and so we just don't have that connection with nature and the primal gods and the magic forces of nature that we used to have 5,000 years ago or whatever, because of that interference. And I've always looked at that and said that's a brilliant way to look at it, and also just the way modern humans are, where just there becomes a certain point where we just lose touch with that inner child because life and bills and relationships and mortgages and car payments and suddenly you're no longer living for the experience.
What's happening?
You're living
Means we're on the right track.
to go to work to pay
Stay
bills,
here.
and so you've lost
You'll
that
be
sense of
safe.
wonder, and that child inside of you has just died and withered up and it's disappeared, and it's a very sad thing when people have allowed themselves to get to that point. I would much rather have the giddy 5-year-old like jumping up and down and clapping my hands at the sight of new lightsabers than to be someone who's like, "Yeah, no, not my Star Wars." You are the chosen one! I hate you!
What? Harding? Can you,
You turned her against me! You did that for
Thanks, Harding.
yourself!
That wasn't me, Rook. I didn't move that.
What do you mean?
I don't know what to tell you.
Lyrium.
It smells
Different.
We can worry about... that later. Demon's coming!
I think this is the last one. I think that's Stalguard.
My favorite is always going to be Empire Strikes Back, but I do love all of them. And I cannot wait for next April, because Season 2 of Andor, which means what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch Season 1 of Andor, then Season 2 of Andor, and then Rogue One all back to back in the same month, and it's going to be glorious! Actually, I won't be able to do it in the same month because they're doing. I think they're doing 12 episodes. So that'll be 2 months. 3 months.
We had to do something once we knew you were in danger.
You are both fools, and I am forever grateful for it.
What happened?
I could swear
Memories
it's 12
clouded.
episodes for season 2 of
I recall
Andor.
a cry
I'm gonna
in the
go
shadows, and then nothing. I awoke in darkness, pressed against the stone. No room to even breathe. Time lost.
Yeah,
meaning.
12 episodes.
There was a voice in my ears.
Released in 4 installments of 3 entries. Welcome aboard, guys. And they usually do weekly episodes, so that's like 3 months of Star Wars Andor. That's gonna be nice. Although they'll probably release the first 2 or 3 episodes all at once. Although they could do it where they would just release 3 episodes every week. That would be an interesting way for them to do it. We just don't know until we get there. Yeah,
Did
Rogue
you
One was
recognize the
awesome,
voice?
Phantom.
Who was it?
A shade, a rot within the stone.
And it's after me. The only way
I
to
also
stop
love
it
the
is to
solo
face
film. Like
it.
Han Solo was a really
Don't.
fun,
It will consume
like
you.
standalone romp.
You, mister.
My brother and
need
I,
to
it's one of our
rest.
favorite, like
I'll
together.
handle
We
it.
watch that one together a lot. You know,
Farther
that's,
in.
that's one of our favorite like
That's where the
bro
Titan's
movies
heart
that
is.
we'll watch
That's
together.
where I have to go. That's where it ends.
The Titan's heart? Are we, in an actual Titan? How do you...
I just
You were
know.
supposed to bring balance to the Force. Ah!
Whatever happens...
I
we'll be
I
right
just
here with
rewatched the
Thanks. All
prequel
of you.
trilogy about 2 months
I'm
back.
ready.
I love Star Wars. I love every single
Red
aspect of
lyrium's
Star
usually
Wars.
blighted.
Every book,
This
every
isn't that.
comic,
It's just
every
lyrium
video game,
that's
every film,
angry.
every TV show. I don't care. It's all fun to me.
Crystal veins. It's badass.
It is badass,
Over there.
Tash.
The heart. That's where I have to go.
Yeah, the Harding Quest Petite.
I don't understand.
It, looks like you. All right, everyone, breathe. We can handle this.
Look at me! Don't you remember? They broke us into 1,000,000 pieces, and this is all that's left.
Yeah, buddy.
Anger. And pain.
But BioWare doesn't know how to have good writing. Dragon Age Veilguard doesn't have good writing.
And my pain.
You cast me out.
I couldn't bear it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
They built their world on the wreckage of us. Vengeance is all we have.
Run! I've already clipped this part out for a video.
What's happening to her?
She'll bring the cavern down, or worse. We have to get to her.
We are not leaving Harding. We can still get through to her. Harding, this has to stop. You'll kill us all.
Don't you understand what they did?
Alright. Flies weekend, detonates weekend.
The elves ripped away our dreams so the earth would be still. Why should they thrive while we lie, broken and forgotten?
Ow!
Tarakatar!
Harding! You have to stop, or you'll kill us all!
I told you, run!
We don't leave people behind!
I remember all of it. Everything the Evanurus did to the Titans. And now the world will remember.
Now the world will remember. But remember, kids, BioWare doesn't know how to write. And the story of this game doesn't have anything to do with the previous Dragon Age games, right? Nothing. This is nothing to do with the previous games, and that's why this game sucks. Because it's got bad writing, and it doesn't have anything to do with the previous games. Because that's what the internet told me. The internet told me the story's bad. The story's bad. No, BioWare bad company. Oh. This is the perfect example. Yeah, we're totally gonna pull a parody video out of this now. Pause! Spoiler alert. The dwarves and elves in this are some of the most original I've ever seen in like high fantasy RPG games. Because most dwarves and elves, you know, you could probably look at anything that resembles Tolkien, Dragonlance, Forgotten Realms. You know, they sort of all have the same dwarf versus elf relationships. And some of that can be seen here, but one of the things they've done here is they've expanded upon that lore and said, well, remember how dwarves can't have dreams? Well, the reason the dwarves can't have dreams is because the elves stripped their dreams away from them. So we get that reveal with Morrigan, which we already did earlier on, where she talks about the creation of, like, literally it was Mythal and Solus who decided to take it upon themselves to create physical forms, right? They were like, we don't want to be spirits anymore. We want to go wander the realms in spirit in physical forms. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to take the blood from the Titans. And so they took the blood from the Titans and used that to create physical forms, which threw the earth into chaos, threw Thedas into chaos, right? The whole world trembled because the Titans felt that. And that created this cascade of then the Titans coming out, going to war against the Elven gods, right? And then after that, there's this great war between the elves, the Elven gods, and the Titans. And what do the Elven gods do? Well, they then defeat the Titans by stripping their memories away, which creates the Blight. The Blight is literally the nightmare dreams of the Titans. And the dwarves are the descendants of the Titans, so that's why they can't dream. And this whole quest line right here is the culmination of, like, her coming to the realization of just how fucked up and evil Solus and Mythal and the Elven, because none of them are good. Like, they all have a part to play in the creation of the Blight. Exactly, Petite. Like, the Blight destroying the whole world, permanent danger for the world. Yeah, like Thay and Sid, it severed them from their gods. Like, not a single one of the elven gods is worthy of any sort of sympathy or praise. Like we this playthrough, I did not try to ally myself with Mythal. I totally was like, no, screw you, you fake god, and I burned her dragon ass down to the ground and took her essence. And I'm totally, when I get to Solus this time around, I have no sip. Solus is just as bad as Gilithane and the rest of them. Like, they're all evil. Look at what they did. They stole the blood of the Titans, created this whole war, then they stripped the dreams from the Titan and create the blight, and strip the dreams away from the dwarves. They create this horrible reality for the elves. But remember, guys, none of that matters because it's bad writing, and BioWare sucks. None of the original team is there, even though there are many people who are on this team who have been there since the beginning. But they're not good writers. They don't know how to do good writing. It blows my mind. So here we have another choice moment for her. She's going to contain the Titan's shade through her compassion, or she can honor the Titan's anger. Now, last time I had her remember who she was. But this time, because I'm pissed off at the elves, I'm pissed off at them. I'm going to have her honor their anger. Also
they
because...
silenced the Titans. They ripped out their souls. Your pain and your anger are justified, but don't let it control you. Make it yours.
You took everything from us. And you thought you won. But we're still here. We're different. But we're not gone. We will thrive in spite of you.
And that, my friends, is the power of really awesome storytelling and storyline that dates back between all of the various games. By the way, there's not a 3-star chest in here, is there? I always forget. But you can hear that heartbeat throbbing. I don't think there's another chest in here. Alright, now there might be a follow-up immediately after this, I forget.
That was intense. My mind's still clearing. Anyway, you ready to go?
Taylor says I'm getting all choked up again.
Let's get you home.
Also, knowing what I know now, because this ending, last ending, Davern was the one who...
Stalgard and the others are returning to Kal Shirak to spread word of what happened. They'll need to be strong in the coming days.
It'll be Harding this time.
We all will.
And I think you've proven your strength.
Me? Oh, I couldn't have done it without you.
That's right.
You can ask me how I'm feeling, you know?
Uh-huh.
How are you?
I was always afraid of my anger. I told myself it was better to be nice. And I pushed it aside. I pushed away the Titan's anger too. It festered and became destructive.
But now?
It's part of me. Like everything else I inherited from the Titans. I don't think I'll ever stop being angry. But I'm no longer afraid of it.
So what's next for you?
First, we stop the Elven Gods. And after that, well...
Mike says, imagine calling this bad writing. That's because this is, like you said, it's too far into the game. So they never got this far. That's why their reviews were like, the writing's bad, because they never went beyond the tutorial.
Trust yourself. I do.
You're just a bottomless well of support, aren't ya?
Yeah, I try.
Oh, and I don't know if I said thank you, so thank you, Rook.
Petite says, even if Solus is a sad little spirit who is first to change purpose, he still has responsibility, but we can feel pity for him without forgiving what he's done. No more gods, fuck them. Yes, exactly. We don't need the gods. Like, the Evaneris or whatever they're called, like, they need to all go away. Like, all of them. We don't need them. Bring back the Titans. Bring back Dwarven Dreams. Yay! So Harding is officially my first hero of the Veilguard. Excuse me, for this particular playthrough. Oh yeah. Yes, please. Titan's Vengeance. But, don't forget, guys. Nothing in Dragon Age Veilguard has anything to do with previous Dragon Age installments. Like, subscribe, hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. Daily streams at 8 a.m. on YouTube and Twitch. The stream will continue on, but this is totally getting clipped out later for a parody video. Yes, they all need to be yeeted into the Fade. Alright, we can actually, looks like Lucanus has a follow-up. Yeah, Space Beagle, the writing has changed in every single game. Like, every single game has been lighter and goofier than the first game, but it's still the same story that's been going on since Origins.
No. I had to kill a man once who did blood magic on nugs. 100 little pigs with hands came after me. All together in one big writhing ball. Have you ever tried to stab a ball of angry nugs? That was a bad job.
I've got a better one. You know what the Wandering Hills are named for? It's a monster. Big heap of red tentacles that crawls around, devouring everything in its path. The damn thing was a hillside, the size of a village. You try fighting a hill with a sword sometime.
How did you kill it?
Lamp oil. Everything stank of burnt tentacles for miles after.
If the two of you were gonna open a bottle, you might have told me first.
It's not a good bottle.
Might have to pick up a supply. I have a feeling we'll need it. Is anyone else hungry? Maybe I should cook something.
What about you, Rook? What's the worst job you've ever been on?
Nevin Harding didn't tell you about our hunt for Solus, then?
They don't tell it the way you would.
I mean, it ended with the elven god of lies in my head. Is that enough to win the worst job contest?
You joining us, then?
Fine. I'll cook something, if Rook's staying.
Maybe just for a minute.
Rook's story first. Then Lucanus owes me one about this contract on a Bronto.
Mierda. That Bronto.
Alright. We can go do Davern's quest next. Yeah, it was interesting too. The other day we were, I forget where we were conversing, but there's a video somewhere that has a lot of comments on the channel where folks are talking about like, because I was there and I remember that, like on this is before social media, but like on the forums, just people were so pissed off about Dragon Age 2. Like Dragon Age 2 was such a horrible game because it was different than Dragon Age 1, and then Dragon Age 2 came out and you know, people played it, and a lot of their opinions changed, and then here we are a few years later, Dragon Age Inquisition came out. Dragon Age Inquisition became the game that was so hated, because, oh, it's so different than Dragon Age Origins, and suddenly it was the evil stepson. And then, it's the same thing. People are always upset about things that are different. It's also it's also looking at, like, The company behind EVE Online, CCP, I think is their company. They have tried like 3 times to get a first-person shooter game set in the EVE Online universe off the ground, and they have failed each time they've tried to make it happen. And some people are like, they should just stop trying and stick with what they're good at, which is EVE Online. They shouldn't waste their time and money on trying something new. And it's like, I fucking want them to try something new. People who stop trying new things, that's when complacency sets in, you've lost. Like, innovation is everything that we need in terms of books and video games and movies, and I want the industry to always be moving forward and always trying new things. Sometimes the new things aren't necessarily going to be as good as the first one in your mind, but it pushes things forward in lots of interesting ways, and that's the most important thing. If we were just complacent human beings, we wouldn't have light bulbs, we wouldn't have airplanes, we wouldn't have, because somewhere someone would have said, well, you know what, guys, oil lamps, that's as good as it's gonna get. I just love my oil lamps. They're so much better than candles. This is as good as it's gonna get, kids. And if we didn't have people pushing for the, introduction of light bulbs and electricity, we wouldn't have light, or internet, or, touchscreen phones, or, it's like video games, I want my companies trying different things. And it's okay for a company to have one thing they do really good, and they always kind of, like Call of Duty is a good example. Call of Duty is always going to be Call of Duty, but within Call of Duty, they still change that formula every Call of Duty game, and they add new mechanics, and they add new features and new ways of doing things. And you could look at a company like BioWare, who has consistently made party-based, story-based, combat-driven RPGs. They've just slightly changed the formula every time they've made a new game, and they've evolved as a company. George Lucas, when they did the first Star Wars, it was all physical props, and the Death Star was filmed on ping pong tables with a truck that ran alongside of it with a camera on a boom. And then we moved forward and we got blue screen technology for Empire Strikes Back. They were able to do those awesome, amazing asteroid sequences where the Millennium Falcon is being pursued through the asteroid field by TIE fighters and TIE bombers. And yet it still had hand puppets, like the big hand puppet that comes out and tries to eat the Millennium Falcon. Like, we blended physical with green screen, and then we moved into more green screen, and then we get into motion capture and what Weta Workshop did with Andy Serkis doing Gollum. Like, innovation is important for moving an industry forward, and companies doing new things and interesting things, that's why I play video games. Like, I don't want every game I play to be the exact same carbon copy of every other game, and I don't want the companies that I play games with, I don't want them to always make the same exact carbon copy game over and over. Can you imagine if the Space Quest series or the King's Quest series or the Quest for Glory series or any of those early point-and-click adventure games, if they had only been the same exact thing over and over and over? Instead, every game was an innovation over the last one, and it changed it just a little bit. And they added some more quests, and they added some more ways to do things. Looking at Dragon Age, they started off with one of the things that was complex at the time was they took the original, like if you look back at like Baldur's Gate 1, and you had the party-based system, but you also had the AI for companions. That was refined for Dragon Age Origins. But then it was further refined down the line, and then we got rid of it. Why? Because it's not really needed anymore. Because now we have this, which is an evolution of that party-based AI. But instead of needing an AI to do things for me, the AI is automatically doing everything behind the scenes that I used to have to tell the AI to do, which is use your abilities, your basic combat abilities, like your auto attacks, everything else. But here we have a way of telling them all to attack a single mob or to use your abilities in a certain way to do combos. And that's just an evolution of. And some people will say, well, this is a step backwards. If you think that it's a step backwards, you don't understand the technology that's at play. Anyway, I think that innovation is great. That's why I don't want every game I play to be like Baldur's Gate 3. I don't want every game I play to be like Call of Duty. I don't want every MMO I play to be like World of Warcraft. I want games to do different things. Space Beagle says Dragon Age is a series that is telling one world story through the years, unlike Mass Effect's trilogy, which tells a story driven by one event. Many people fail to see this. It's true, yeah. Petite says this is humans doing art. Yes. Art is always going to do things. And the other thing to think about, too, is like every game has a different director. And every director has a different artistic vision that they're trying to bring to the table. We can see that in the original Star Wars trilogy as well. George Lucas directing the first one, then somebody else directed the second one, and then somebody else directing the third one. And each one is a quintessential Star Wars film, but each one has a distinctly different tone and style because other directors were able to put their mark on that. And as a result, you have a distinctly different feel for each one of those Star Wars films. And same thing with the Harry Potter series. You had different directors directing different films in that franchise, and as a result, each film has its own kind of unique feel, even though it's at the core still about the story of Harry Potter and his friends. It's no different here. Dragon Age has always had different directors. The franchise has always evolved. Even the Mass Effect franchise evolved fairly significantly over the course of 3 games, even though its storyline was much more condensed. So personally, for me, I want innovation in my games. I do not want my games to all be carbon copies of other games, because that just leads to stagnation, and stagnation means the industry never moves forward. And that's my take on things. Welcome to my TED Talk. Thanks for listening. That'll be another good clip to pull out. Nothing like a rant. I think I like Dragon Age 2.
Hassan can get the gate.
I haven't played it in so long. I would need to play it again.
Hunt? No, we're meeting Eldrin.
I remember liking it more than Dragon Age Origins.
I spent summers
when I played
here.
it.
Tended Hollow.
I was not in the majority of
Hard to imagine
people,
the mighty
but I liked
hunter
that.
hanging out with deer.
Yeah, we were telling the
Not
story
everything
of
in the forest should be hunted.
a singular
Eldrin
character.
told me that. He was like an uncle to. Hassan, hang back. Eldrin, I got your message.
Oh? Who are you?
It's me, Davrin.
I knew a Davrin once. Strange kid. Too small, even for an elf.
Well, now, hold on.
So, this walking mountain of armor I see before me can't be him.
You sure got old and cranky.
You got old and far too good looking. I was always the lady killer.
This is Rook. We're working together.
I've heard the name. I've heard other things too.
I have a feeling I'm not going
There's
to be able to
some
get this
history,
completed.
doesn't
My second
matter.
playthrough's not going
I
to get
just
completed
need
before
to know
Stalker
if you
2
can be
hits.
trusted around Hala.
I'd be honored
How
for
many
the
days do
chance
I
to
have
earn their
left?
trust.
The Hala decide that. And if you don't impress them, their antlers let you know.
I have 4 more days to
Arlathan
play this
Forest
game.
is wrong in a way
I don't
I've
know,
never
guys.
seen.
It's got to be close.
We know.
The Hala aren't coming around, and these old bones aren't up to the task of chasing them anymore.
Hawk is the character. I couldn't
I'm
remember his
worried
name
they're
off the
sick.
top of my head.
I need you to check on them for me.
Hassan, I told you.
Is that what I think it is?
I'm looking after him.
Remarkable. A griffin. Never thought I'd see one. Maybe all those summers here rubbed off. The monster hunter turned shepherd.
Hassan's got him wrapped around his little talon, searching all over for gingerwort truffle.
Yeah, Eldrin's heard enough.
Davrin, the truffle hunter? Seems my old lesson sunk in. Not every creature in the forest is quarry.
I didn't ignore everything you said. And now, we've got some hollow to find.
Davrin, I'm glad to see you took the road less traveled. It suits you.
Okay, what do we do?
Find some stone root, a marple tree, and vannerberries.
I thought we were looking for Hala.
A lot of people would go chasing after them, running around, getting nowhere. Hala can keep that up for days. Trick I've learned. Ringing the dinner bell's a lot easier than searching the whole damned forest.
Copy that. Nugs! Yeah, I remember that being the disconnect when Dragon Age 2 came out, was the fact that you were playing a singular character as opposed to creating your own character, if that makes sense, because you were Hawk no matter what, and that triggered a lot of people.
Got it.
It's hollow, right? When you blow through it, it mimics a Hala's call.
The dinner bell.
Not ringing it yet, but that's the idea.
Here. Some
Sweet as candy. Hala lapped them up.
Interesting. I wonder what they taste like.
Don't even think it. Uncle Eldrin let me try one once. As a lesson. It lasted an hour. Paralysis, hallucinations, cramps.
Ugh.
Uh-huh. Great for Hala. Bad for people.
Bad for people. Yeah, I doubt I'll finish it. Death comment. What'll end up happening is it'll just get
stone.
Good.
It'll be wherever it is, and then I will plink away at it occasionally, and potentially.
I thought we were ringing the dinner bell.
Finish it. Potentially never finish it the second time. You never know. Just depends on how long it takes me to get through Stalker 2. To be honest with you.
Time to get out that marble branch and call the Hala.
We've also got the Star Wars Outlaws DLC dropping on the day after, which is the 21st. But I don't anticipate that being very long. So that might be a couple of days of... And we'll split the streams at that point. We'll do Stalker 2. First day of Stalker 2, we'll do just Stalker 2 the whole day. And then the next day, we'll do Stalker 2 for like 4 hours. Then we'll go do the Star Wars Outlaws DLC for a few hours. And then same thing the following day.
It's on the other side
until we get up through the Star Wars Outlaws DLC. And then we'll go back to just Stalker 2. That's it. Until we finish that up.
Could be Hala.
We've got a griffin. Hassan can track them.
I need to be careful of the predator in him that's ingrained to hunt and kill things before they kill him.
He'd attack the Hala?
Probably not, but he's never seen one.
We'll see. If I feel halfway decent over the next few days, I'll probably pull some longer sessions just to see if we can't get through.
This is a good spot.
Today was the first day.
Out the stone root.
Excuse me. Yesterday was the first day in a long time that I haven't done like 6 to 8 hours. I couldn't yesterday. And technically today's gonna be a longer day because I have an anniversary event that I have to go to tonight for World of Warcraft. So it's our guild's 1-year anniversary. So I gotta go hang out for a couple of hours with the peeps. But I should be able to take a nap between now and then because that's not gonna be till 8 o'clock. So plenty of time to get a nappy nap in.
It looks sick.
It's okay. We're here to help. How do we help?
Look around for more vannerberries. Hassan, don't you even think about going after...
Remember, trust.
Right. Turlum. Okay.
Yeah, that's like 8 hours from now, though.
Hassan,
I've still got
do as
plenty
I
of
would
time.
do, boy.
I'll definitely,
Be
we've
nice.
still got another... I mean, we've got at least another 2 hours in the gas tank for today here on this stream. We may go a full 8 hours today. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes right now, so
Hassan
I'm feeling pretty good.
Some food?
I may have to duck out again for another tummy rumble, but
he did. I'll be damned.
Otherwise, I should be good to go today for a normal session.
Won't forget that anytime soon.
So, no worries.
Thanks for helping out.
We got at least another 2 hours in the tank.
I just blew a horn. Hassan's the one who put on the show. There's more to him than hunting darkspawn.
Eyes of an eagle, roar of a lion. But maybe the heart of a holla.
And the appetite of all three. You found your Turlum.
Yeah, we did. Come on, boy. You did good.
Damn right he did good.
We'll need to tell Eldrin about this holla.
So your uncle is quite the character?
Eldrin will drink you under the table, then the floor, then bury you in the basement as a joke. Most of my clan didn't understand why I left. Eldrin had an open mind, saw I was restless.
He approved?
He knew I had to find my own way, though he warned me about joining the Wardens.
Too dangerous?
Too much darkness. Eldrin always preached balance in life.
Not something
All right,
Grey
get some
Wardens
sleep.
seem to know much about.
Death Comment says,
We
my
reek
third
of
playthrough, I'm planning on
darkspawn
doing
all
the
the time.
sacrifice. I want to see if at
Guess
a moment
that's why
towards the
working
end,
with Hassan.
if you let the honor and full portrait.
There's something to be said.
Yeah,
for
it'll be interesting to
strength
see.
from light.
Any luck?
We found one. Looked sick.
I was afraid of that. If you can find more Vanaberries.
Hassan took care of it.
A griffin helped to holler?
It's like he was a shepherd. I couldn't believe it.
Remarkable.
Nothing about that in the training manual.
No,
the
there's
world
not.
knows griffins as warriors who fought Darkspawn, but they existed long before that.
Existed as what?
A creature of the wild, free to explore their nature.
But griffins live for the hunt.
So do you. Yet now, you're a caretaker.
I'm proof that anything can change. Don't know if it's for the better.
Nothing about change is ever certain. I once knew a restless young elf who believed there was more to life than shoveling hollow manure. It's the nature of nature to surprise us.
Maybe you're right. See you around, Eldrin.
Nice. Friend in need is a friend indeed. Okay, that's going to take us back to the lighthouse. I believe we've wrapped up all the companion quests, unless there's a follow-up here. We might be able to go to the next stage of the main quest. Surely looks like we can. These are sides. Okay, we should definitely wrap these up as well, because these are for like Tash and Emmerich. Thanks, Thayan, I appreciate it. Alexander says, even here, change is good. Change is always good. Change is never bad.
Tosh, always good to see you.
Hello, kittens. We've heard word of a ship getting attacked by a dragon.
Storm Riders get really possessive about their hordes. She'll be tracking the scent of anything that got taken.
Okay.
Looks like they're talking about a dragon. Kataranda?
Kataranda the Storm Rider. She's bad. She's real bad. Breathes lightning, like the Vincimer.
Now you never know. If I get big enough, I might just turn into Asmongold 2.0.
Kataranda, it
Could always happen.
isn't. She is a bad dragon.
So if you're a mage...
Once I start getting into that, you know, 10, 15,000 people watching my streams money, you never know. Arvane Coast. Because that's the only way to maintain once you've gotten that big, right? Is you have to become a man baby and start creating man baby content. It's like the only way to. It is funny to hear like some of the bigger like Shroud talked about that the other like in a longer discussion I saw with him the other day. He was talking about like the only way to get big in today's industry is like it's not enough to just play games anymore. You have to become controversial, you have to become rage bait, you have to focus on rage bait content. If you don't do that, nobody wants to see you just play games. People want to see you become this ranty, angry. I mean, look, legit, the days where I was showing off the trolls and like commenting on the trolls and interacting with the trolls, we were getting 60 to 80 people in the chat, which is double the numbers we've gotten over the last 4 or 5 days where I've chosen to just ignore that and just get back to just playing the game. It's legit. If you're controversial,
No sign of treasure here. Maybe in the wreckage nearby.
Okay.
push the buttons. People stick around for longer.
Tosh, you got this?
Nope. Nothing. I'm on it. Nope again.
Oh, is this like a combo? Oh, never mind. Okay, we grab that. I wouldn't call it a big calling, no. I would say that there's definitely a group of people who don't want the bullshit. They just want to hang out with, you know, there's a reason, you know, Carnage has a really big audience because he focuses on, you know, just playing games. He's fairly non-controversial. And I would like to think that if I can stop cursing as much, I could probably eventually get to the point where I can move in Carnage's direction. But I still curse more than he does, which is probably a detriment.
Threw that ship like a toy.
That's
Looks
my
like
construction
something took the
worker
treasure
background.
and buried it?
Gotta drop lots of F-bombs, man.
Needed some action. Shadow dragoning.
But most of the big streamers these days, most of them operate on some massive... They all push controversy. All of them push controversy. And I think like only the ones who got big 10 years ago and have maintained their status quo, those are the only ones who really just focus on gaming. Most of them have gone the controversy route.
What? It flew off with the treasure.
Dragons aren't the only ones who like to collect anything shiny.
Shiny. No, I don't have a problem doing it from time to time, Janet, but it's never been a focus of the channel and it never will be. I think it's fun to poke fun at the man babies from time to time, but my channel has always been about just playing video games. So we might dip our toes in from time to time because I do like the parody videos. They're fun to do, and I've been doing those for years.
How about a trade? A nice shiny coin for that dirty old treasure.
We have to pay you? I feed you breadcrumbs every week.
I feed you breadcrumbs every week.
Some kind of puzzle with torches or fires or something. I get treasure out of it.
Optional trade for the treasure. Who do we trade with? The bird?
This is all of the treasure stolen from Cataranda.
Let's get to the beach where I lured the Vincimer. Plenty of open space for a good fight. And be ready with poisons. Lightning dragons are more sensitive to poison than most.
Okay. Oh, I never did this dragon fight either my first playthrough.
Everyone get ready.
Oh, is she gonna run?
I'm good to go.
We're gonna get ads. Nope, nope, what are you doing?
Cataranda, this is my beach. Tarala.
Yeah, I think they force us into 3 stages.
Now it's your turn.
Got it ready for you.
Got it covered.
Good fight. Good fight. We just took down Deathstorm the Storm Rider. We are drinking for free tonight.
And there's treasure caught in her scales. Huh.
Yep.
Drinking for
Storm
free
Riders
tonight.
carry around bits of their hoard.
Coral tip unique mage knife. It does cold damage, which I'm happy with, so I will actually equip that one. I'm still not going to be using mages,
when it's not with them.
like mage daggers, but I finally have my first red piece of gear equipped. Even though it's not a piece I'm actively going to use. Alright, what else did we have? I feel like I might be high enough level to actually take that out now.
There's that haunting Myrna mentioned, the Fate Explorer.
God, he looks cool as hell, man. I love his avatar.
Dressed like a watcher. Looks like they keep some dirty secrets down here.
Alright, now we can return to Myrna. Friendly fire? Ew, that stuff terrifies me. That is too much for moi.
Have the vows in the vaults of the beloved been?
I took care of that Fate Explorer.
We are greatly indebted.
He can now rest for a time.
Our collegial allies in the Fade have informed us of several undead banding together.
They have begun to seek blood.
Is that gonna be in here? Yeah, yes. In the crossroads, it says. I can go do that. That's true. There's no health bar for your companion members in this game. That's true. I'll be right back. Chickens are going crazy outside. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm thinking somebody's probably laying eggs or something. Plus, some of them are kind of upset because we have ducks now, and they're like a little upset about the new neighbors. I don't know. I have no idea what my wife plans to do with the ducks, Wolf Shield. All I know is she showed up yesterday with her sister and there was 2 ducks. And so it's like, oh, I guess we have ducks now. So I have no idea if Chris is doing them for duck eggs or if it was just like, hey, somebody offered me 2 ducks. Let's bring some ducks home. I have a feeling it was, here's 2 ducks. I'm taking 2 ducks home. Because she just likes ducks and it's all good. Alright, we have undead haunting the crossroads. In terms of open world, think about this game as a mixture between Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age Inquisition. Everything is open world, but you have to unlock it to get to the open world stuff, and the early stages of the game are very much linear based.
Got company.
Once you get into the deeper stages of the game, everything is open world. It's all open world game.
It's weird.
There's a haunting.
Under fire! Watch out! Go again.
They're hitting us from there!
I like how they're called the Skeleton Crew.
We're under fire.
Loosen the lid for you!
My job's done. Your turn.
Yeah. Weird.
Cool stuff, man.
Where were we? It's weird. Minrathous being full of poor
Gonna hold on to the one I have.
people. Everywhere's got poor people.
No, I mean... My mother told me stories about Tevinter.
Yeah, it's a
Made it
pair.
sound
It's
like
a
it was all rich
brother
and
and sister
powerful
pair
mages.
of ducks. The
Your
male
mother
is
was in
already...
Carvalho before she
They
came
came
to
home
Renfail.
yesterday afternoon. The male is
Her
kind of like,
people
meh.
were at war
But
with
that little
Tevinter.
female,
Not
as soon as you come
surprised the
outside, her
stories
little
she
tail
heard had
starts
us all
wagging, and
wealthy
she's
and
like...
decadent.
And so she has no problem so far. I think the male is going to take a day or 2 for him to get used to us. But the female, she's already like, oh my god, you're a human. I love humans. You bring me food. Ah. So I'm sure in a few days. I don't know. I've recorded a video this morning that I'll have it up on the Homestead channel tomorrow. So you guys can see the new ducks.
I've heard another landscape has been added to your collection.
We finished off a whole group of skeletons.
Interesting that they banded together.
It availed them not.
That's right, Vorgoth. We got it done, bro.
Midnight brings music from the depths.
Midnight brings music from the
I'm
depths.
unsure, my friend. Any other might hear it.
Do we have problems with foxes, coyotes, hawks, or eagles? Hawks, yes. Not anymore, no. When we have babies, yes. But we don't have a huge open range spread, so they're pretty contained within chicken wire enclosures, and so we have lost some baby chicks to hawks, but only in the beginning days before we got everybody locked down, because there's a chain link fence at the end of our property back against the woods, and there are a bunch of hawks that will go up in the woods there. And we had a couple of in the beginning, Chris would just let the chicks cross through the chicken wire and go into the woods, and until we lost a couple, and then she put chicken wire against that chain link fence so they can't get out. But no, they don't come over. They have not attempted to come over into our property. Those same hawks did also try to get our kittens when they were younger as well. And I definitely went in the backyard and threw rocks at them, and because they would sit up in the trees, you would hear them. They'd come in about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, and start getting attacked by all the other birds. But they would sit. But we do have hawks. Now, the lady who lives across the road from us, she has a huge. They've got like 25 acres or whatever, and she just does open range chickens, and she loses chickens every year. She complains about it because there's probably 8 or 10 hawks that roam around our area. There's definitely a band of them. Small. I don't know what you call them. There's a word for birds, pairs of birds, and I forget what they're called. Rooks, maybe. Anyway, she loses chicks every year to the chicken hawks. So they have dogs, but I mean, there's nothing you could do when it's open range. That's nature. Shit's gonna happen. But there's no foxes where we live. Not like in town anyway. There's no coyotes in town because we're not completely out. We're kind of on the outskirts of town, but we're not far enough out to worry about foxes and coyotes. The iguanas will get in occasionally, and if you don't keep an eye on the iguanas, they'll come in and try to steal eggs and stuff. But usually only if they're like starving, and they usually have plenty to eat in the woods. They're not really carnivores. We do have a problem with street dogs. They don't have animal control here, so there are packs of street dogs, which are usually a combination of like a couple of dogs that have never had a home combined with people's dogs who have gotten off the leash or chewed through their rope, and they go out and they roam in packs of like 5 to 6. And we've had problems with those, which is why we built the catio about 3 months ago, because in June, well, I guess it was like April, maybe March, we had a dog get in. He came in through the back chain link fence from the woods, but there's a area that we used to keep kind of open. It doesn't really matter. The long story short is we used to keep it open so the cats go back and forth, and then this dog figured out how to get in, and so he came in through that little hole, dug his way through, opened it up, came through, and like we woke up to this horrible racket, and we like go running out of the house at like 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever, and there's this freaking stray dog back there. Like, he had literally, and our chickens aren't stupid, they had all run inside of the chicken coop, and he was outside the chicken coop just wailing away at that thing trying to get inside the chicken coop, and we had to throw rocks at him and beat him with a stick, and he yelped and ran off, and then he never came back. But then when in June, when I went up on my trip, we had closed off the back fence, and the front, there's a little alley that runs alongside of our house. There's an area where used to be able to get in the front yard, and we had to close that all off, because then while I was gone, 2 dogs got in from the front, came down the side wall of the house and got into the back, and were also trying to get into the chicken coop and kill all the chickens. So definitely have had issues with like stray dogs. but no coyotes or foxes. And the hawks aren't too much of a problem unless we have babies. They won't attack the full-grown chickens. They will definitely come when they hear cheep babies, though. When they hear babies running around. They're like, ooh, that sounds like breakfast. Alright, I think we might be done with all these side quests. I can't do that one until the end. I could do that one probably now, but I might as well wait. Let's do this.
Finally got the rubble cleared.
Excuse me.
Starting to feel like a proper
Strife, I got a tip there might be trouble here in Arlethan.
You're just in time. We've got a problem.
I was out with a scouting party, and we spotted the Venatori moving into the area.
They're being directed by Elgranon or Gillinane. They have to be. The Grey Wardens warned us the gods were heading to Arlethan. But why bring the Venatori?
We don't know. That's where you come in.
Well, that sounds like trouble. How can I help?
Nip it in the bud. Don't let them stir up anything worse.
I'll give you the rough location where we sighted them, but you might have to search beyond that.
They want something, and we need to know what they're up to.
I'll find out what it is.
Feel free to take out as many of them as you can. This is our forest.
Booyah. Okay. God, those chickens are going crazy right now. I'm gonna have to step out again here in a minute if they don't shut up, just to make sure. I have a feeling it's just somebody's
Forest
upset
smells
that they're not
raw.
getting their
Dead
space to lay
stuff.
eggs.
Or burnt. I don't know.
Arlethan was
But
the
I do need to
center
check,
of a
'cause
war
Chris is
between
not here at the
Tevinter and
moment, so
ancient
I need to
elves. This whole place was destroyed by blood magic.
Keep an eye on them. We have a chicken coop, yes, but we have things. They're
Everything
separated
was
into
right.
3 groups
There's a
right now.
Venatori.
Or yeah, 3
Time
groups.
to show them some Dalish hospitality.
So there's some that are in the chicken coop, there's some that are outside of the chicken coop, and some that are behind the chicken coop.
I've got the setup.
The reason we have them separated into 3 groups right now is because we have
They're all down.
too many roosters.
Now, what were they doing out here?
And so
Setting
Chris
up
has
the
them
camp?
separated out so that
Let's
she
take
can
a
keep
look.
the roosters on rotation until she gets them all butchered.
This is Dalish. And there's a Dalish camp nearby. If the Venatori hit them, we better check. Let's go.
So we have one group in the back who are with our oldest rooster. And then we have another couple hens. I think there's 3 hens that are in the group with another couple of roosters. And then we have inside the coop we have there's like 2 new batches of babies that are like about 3 months old now, and they're about to get kicked out into the back batch with our main rooster. Alright, see you, things. Sleep. Lily says I'm almost through my second playthrough. There's so much I missed the first time. Yeah, I've been trying to make different decisions this time as well, while also holding true to my good guy playthrough. Like earlier today, that was a I'd never seen that scene between with Lucanus in his dreams. That was so cool.
Careful. There's Venatori ahead.
We'll handle them. Sit tight. Good. Glad to see another Veil jumper. What's happening?
The Venatori are rounding up Dalish. I locked that barrier, but some of them already got through.
Wait, rounding up Dalish?
There are more Dalish inside the ruins. They were camped there.
All right, get back to Strife and Ireland and let them know. Damn it. Still locked.
Those symbols over the door. That's what we were supposed to find?
Okay, let's get it unlocked.
Excuse me.
That worked out. Keep going.
Squiggles, squiggles. Show me the squiggles.
Nice.
Time to get moving.
Why would Venatori attack the Dalish? They wouldn't come here without a reason.
I don't think this is random. They've got a plan, and we...
There they are.
What do you want? Why'd you attack my people?
Got him.
Not soon enough. We still don't know what they're doing here. Let's keep looking around.
Chesties! Time-tested trappings. Nope.
The bridge is out.
Then let's hope there's a power crystal around. There's not much time to find it.
Oh, there's always a power crystal. Got it covered. Maybe some booty behind the waterfall. Who's got the booty? I see the booty. I like the booty. Big old booty. Booty chest. Twist of the Veil. That sounds like a rock song, man. That sounds like a heavy metal song right there. Twist of the Veil. That didn't sound good.
You hear that?
Sounds like someone's in trouble. Come on.
There's a lot more of these assholes.
Damn it! These are my people! Leave this camp alone!
Oh, the combo, I just, my timing sucks.
Not on my watch.
There we go.
My job's done. Your turn. Finally stop talking.
Finally stopped talking. Oh yeah. Boom shakalaka. Oh! Danger! I'm in danger!
Now let's see what they've done with the Dalish.
Okay, I think that's gonna be, we need all the way down through there, which is like a fast travel thing. Alright. King Nugget over on Twitch says good afternoon, everybody. What's up, Nugget?
We'll get you out of there. Hang on.
More of those symbols. Good luck.
Shouldn't be hard.
Squigglies. Floor squigglies. Wall squigglies.
All right, that did it. Let's see what she has to say. It's okay, I'm a veil jumper. You're safe. What happened?
That other veil jumper died making sure I was safe. She sealed the barrier before the Venatori could get me.
What about the rest of the Dalish?
They took everyone. Kidnapped them all.
Why? Where'd they go?
I don't know. Their leader said they need Dalish blood, some sort of sacrifice.
Sacrificed? What kind of Vashodon is this?
This just got a whole lot worse. We need to figure out where the Venatori took them. Let's look around. Dead Venatori here. Nothing unusual, not much to go on.
Okay, what about just outside?
Just some mud here. But it looks like there's some kind of glass here too.
Huh.
Some papers here, but nothing useful. No mention of a location. Well, it doesn't look like the Venatori brought many supplies with them.
And they might have a larger camp nearby. The Dalish could be there.
Makes sense.
Well, maybe Strife and Irulan can make sense of this.
Rook, over here. We got here as fast as we could.
Good deal.
It's bad. They're kidnapping Dalish to sacrifice them.
What?
You're serious?
No, I'm joking. Like, this is all a great big joke.
This isn't over yet. We'll put a stop to it.
Where did they take the prisoners?
The Venatori didn't come very far, we know that. And we found this weird glass they tracked in somehow.
Glass? That could be from the Arlethan crater. Said that Tevinter blood magic used to be powerful enough to fuse sand into glass.
It's not too far from here.
Cool.
These are our people they took.
I know. We'll find them. But it'll take time to put together a rescue party.
Don't take too much time. We need to stop this.
We will.
Let's head back to the lighthouse.
Back to the lighthouse. Oh, everybody's got quests. Nice.
I need to get the team around the table and talk about what's next.
That'll be the last thing we do, because right now everybody's got questies. Valara first.
Tell me about Anaris.
He is the light, the hope of Elvenan, the bringer of...
Tell me about the war against the Evenuris.
Even now, the armies of Anaris wage a glorious war against the...
Tell me about the armies.
The chosen of Elvenan, made pure and stripped of their want to serve the great Anaris.
So demons. He made an army of demons.
Sounds like elven gods to me.
What have you done? Oh, Rook.
What's going on?
I'm trying to find out why Syrian would help Anaris. It just gets worse. Harder to understand. Now he wants to meet. Syrian, I mean, to explain himself.
He's turning people into demons. Our people. Nothing he could say will make that all right.
Damn it, Rook. I know. Talking to him again, knowing what I know, it's hard. Beyond hard. And that's if this isn't all a big trap.
He's still your brother, even if he's made some bad choices. Some really bad choices.
That's the thing. The Syrian I know cared, loved his people more than anything. He kept me grounded, focused, made sure I was okay. And I took care of him, protected him because I loved my little brother and I owed him. But what he is now, who he is now, I don't know. I'd hoped the archive would make it easy. Tell me it was a misunderstanding.
Hey man, people
But
have
Anaris
complex
is evil,
reasons for doing
full
things.
stop. And if my brother's working with him,
I know this is hard for you, but you know we have to stop them, right?
I know, I get it. He's my brother, though. The day he died, or I thought he died, it was the worst day of my life. I don't know if I can do that again.
So what are you gonna do?
Meet with him.
Are you okay with that?
No, but I need to talk to him, convince him he's wrong.
And if that doesn't work?
Will you come with me?
Yep. That's what friends are for.
Of course.
Thanks, Rook.
Also,
Really?
XP.
Just
And
tell me when you're ready.
I'm always happy to help a friend, especially when there's XP and loot involved.
Manifestation.
I still don't have enough to rank up. Alright, Nev over here. Benjamin says, how did you decide where to put your face cam? Like what went in the decision put on the left side versus the right side? if you actually go back far enough on the channel, you'll notice that I experimented with different positions, and so in the scope of YouTube, on YouTube, if you're looking at a video's thumbnail, the bottom right over there is usually where the play button, like there's stuff over there. Like YouTube has stuff, like YouTube has UI stuff over there in the bottom right. So it makes no point to have my face in the bottom right because there's stuff over there, like YouTube UI stuff. I don't like it in the top because there's often mini maps or other things in the top. So I had tried like here, like in the middle, and I also tried on the right hand side in the middle, and ultimately I think it was just watching Co-Carnage and saying I like what Co-Carnage has going on, and he does the bottom left on his, and so I went, I'm just going to mirror that. And so I went with that, and it has seemed to work for me because I can put myself down here in the bottom left. I can have it be bigger like this, and I could still have, like, I can point up here and have like the title to a video up here for the thumbnail, and then YouTube can have their little UI stuff down here in the bottom right, and it doesn't cut over any of my stuff. So I can put like title of video there, and then right here above my chest where it says Pumpkin's Revenge could be like the name of the game. So that's what works for me. Like, I went from a thumbnail perspective, like how can I have a layout that looks the best for thumbnails later on?
There's something I need to do back home.
Everything all right?
Yeah, just chasing Aelia. It brings a lot up. If you're around, maybe. I'd take the company.
Sure thing, Nev.
Hey, Rook. Have time for something outside the lighthouse? I was going to head to Arlington with the sun. See a real sky again. You're welcome to join us.
This place even smells wrong.
What? Good, you're here.
What happened?
A note from Viago.
Hilario's making his move?
A big one. He's hosting all the talents of the crows at Katarina's villa.
All it's missing is some heavily armed, uninvited guests. Shall we?
As soon as we've prepared. We have to do this carefully. Hilario has to be expecting us.
You think he knows that we know about him and Algernon?
He wouldn't be avoiding us otherwise. Be ready for a trap.
I always am.
I mean, Ben, that's a huge question, Benjamin. Like, what advice would I give to new streamers, content creators? I mean, there's like 5 million ways I could answer that. I have a series of videos on YouTube which address a lot of the early questions people have. I think maybe the number one piece of advice I could give somebody, let me think about that for a second. What advice would I give to a new streamer content creator? I'm also going to timestamp this because this will be a great thing to pull out. I think new streamers, you have to make a decision. Are you doing it for fun and a hobby, or are you doing it trying to make it a career? Because depending on what you're trying to do, those are two very different things. And as a result, there are two very different ways to go about it. Like, if you're going about it as a hobby, and you're saying, I don't care to make money at it, I don't care about it, I just want to play video games and have fun. and I want to stream and do it for a hobby and have that be something I do for fun 2 or 3 times a week, then you just do it and you have fun and you just focus on the fun. The hardest challenge for most people is getting over the fear of this, the fear of showing their face, the fear of talking. The easiest way to do that is just narrate everything you're doing. Just narrate. And if you just narrate what you're doing, so they're like, okay guys, let's go work on this quest next. And we're gonna go ahead and open up the quest journal. Let's see here. Let's go over here and look for this quest, and we're gonna go pick that quest, and then we're gonna go to the map, and we're gonna go work on this dude's quest. Like, that's easy. Just narrate. So anyway, hobby versus doing this for a living. So if you're just gonna do it for a hobby, you don't have to worry about anything. You literally can just stream what you want, when you want, play whatever you want. But if you're doing this to try to make a living at it, and you're doing this to try to grow within the space and try to make a name for yourself and to actually have this replace your day job, then there are so many things that you have to pay attention to. You have to worry about what games you're playing. When are you playing? How often are you playing? How many hours a day should you be streaming? We've talked about that in a previous video. What tools do you need to use? You have to worry about things like thumbnails. You have to worry about things like titles. You have to worry about things like SEO. You have to worry about things like what games are the hot games of the week. You have to worry about numbers and analytics. What's the competition doing? And yes, everyone is your competition. You have to worry about playing the games that you want to play versus the games that are going to get you the traffic that you need to grow so that you can make the amount of money that you want to make. Then you have to worry about things like the risks of playing games that no one watches versus games that are going to get you lots of views but have not the right type of audience that you want. Do you want to do those things? What's the end goal? Do you want to have a niche? Do you not want to have a niche? Do you want to go hard on one game, or do you want to be a variety streamer and play lots of different games? There are a million different things that would go into it. And the number one rule, if you're going to be doing it for a living, is you have to be willing to bust your ass for years, and it will be years, with next to nobody watching, next to no money coming in, and you have to either have a stockpile of savings to live off of for the probably 3 to 4 years it's going to take you to get going, or a supportive spouse that's going to take care of you for the 3 to 4 years that it's going to take to get going, or be willing to sacrifice every single little bit of spare time and friends and everything that you have outside of your day job in order to make it happen. Because you will not be able to do this for a living unless you put 150% into it. And that's something that most people aren't willing to wait. Because if you have a spouse or a significant other, they have to come second. Facts. Like, your spouse or significant other has to be willing to let you prioritize this. They need to be willing to take a back seat. And not many spouses and significant others are going to be selfless enough to do that. There are a lot of spouses and significant others out there going to be like, no. You're married to me. We're in this relationship. You need to put me first. And it's like, well, I'm trying to build this thing that's my primary passion. You know, so there's relationship things that come into that question as well. If you're lucky, you have a spouse like my wife who said, hey, whatever it takes, you do what you need to do to provide for this family, and I will support you in whatever way I can. And so she and I have gone back and forth depending on where we're at on different projects over the years. I've supported her, she supported me, but we've always had each other's backs when we're doing different projects over the years. So yeah, I would say the biggest thing, the number one thing would be, are you going to be doing this as a hobby? In which case nothing matters, and you can just do it for funsies in your spare time whenever you want. Or are you going to do this because you want to grow and have it become a job, or become something that fills your pension, or something that replaces your day job, or something that's going to give you a side hustle, a side income, whatever it needs to be, because then there's all those other factors that come into play. And that's, you know, that's when you have to have hard discussions, and you make decisions early on about whether or not you're going to be a niche streamer and go hard and heavy on like only RPGs or only shooter games or only RTSs, or are you going to do variety streaming? And yeah, there's so much to it. But the big thing is, if you're going to do this for a living or you're trying to build it into something, you have to be willing to go 150%. I think Co Carnage had a really good video the other day talking about how if you're going to do this for realsies, like you're going to sacrifice your social life, you're going to sacrifice friends, you're going to sacrifice everything outside of your family life to make this happen. You're going to live in front of your computer. You're going to work 15 hours a day outside of your day job. You're not going to sleep. You're always going to be grinding. And it could take 4 years. You might get lucky and it could only take 2 years. But I would say out of all of the streamers that I've seen who have made it into like big time numbers, like 500,000 or more subscribers, all of those people streamed for like 5 to 7 years before they got big. So they grinded and grinded and grinded, going from 20 viewers a day to 50 viewers a day to 150 viewers a day, and then sometime in the year 5 to year 7 area, they exploded. And a lot of people look at that and go, overnight success. It's like, no. There was 5 years, 6 years, 7 years of full-time work to get to this point. So that's it's a myth that anybody just explodes onto the scene. Like, everybody puts in time. I mean, even Jinxies, I think, is one of the biggest streamers right now, or the biggest success stories. There's a video out there, something like he streamed for a whole year to one viewer, and it was his dad. Just watching, his dad was the only person that watched his streams for like the first year. And I believe he showed it on a stream one time, how he went from like one, and all of a sudden just blew up at one point. Benjamin says, is niche streaming a bad thing? I want to stream Fallout 4. I want to stream in my free time while going to college as a side hustle. Then if I get some growth, maybe full time. I mean, is niche streaming a bad thing? Yes and no. The reason that I don't like it, for me personally, is because if that niche ever goes away, you're fucked. Now, if you pick an old game like Fallout 4, maybe that niche never goes away. But if you look at, like, let's say I picked World of Warcraft, and I want World of Warcraft to be my only game that I play. That's probably a bad example because it's been around for 20 years. Let me pick a different example. Let's say EverQuest. I picked EverQuest as my niche, and I started playing EverQuest 20 years ago. And that's always been my niche. That niche is a very small niche. There's only so many players that play EverQuest. There are no new people coming into EverQuest. So your growth is going to just cap out because there's never any more people that are coming into the EverQuest franchise. So at some point, you're going to hit a cap. There's only so many people that are going to watch you. And the same could be for Fallout 4. Fallout 4 has pretty much already had the amount of growth it's ever going to have. There are a lot of people who play Fallout 4, but it's never going to grow beyond that. So if you choose to put yourself into a niche, you're stuck in that niche and you're capped by the growth that that niche has. In addition, if that niche ever goes away, your channel is fucked because you're not going to be able to move away from that niche. And only a small percentage of your audience might be willing to move with you to whatever niche you go to next. You can grow very quickly in a given niche. We had somebody who I remember used to tune in. I don't know if he still watches the streams, but we were talking like a year ago. He had gotten very big on Starfield, and his Starfield content had allowed his YouTube channel to grow very quickly, which is great, and that's awesome. But the reality is Starfield is one game, and there's only so much content you're going to get out of Starfield before the people stop wanting to watch Starfield. And so you can get very explosive growth in a given niche when a game is new and hot and everything else. But what happens if that game doesn't release a DLC for 10 years or 6 years? What happens if that game no longer releases DLC, like Fallout 4, and it doesn't go anywhere? Well, then you're stuck with that hard cap of no new audience members. So one of the reasons I went with variety streaming very early on was because I looked at it and it said, with variety streaming and variety content creation, there's always new titles coming out. So there's always new things to look forward to and new things to play. The flip side to variety streaming is the growth can be much slower because your audience is going to be all over the place. Some people are going to love watching you play one game, but they won't watch the next one. Some people will love the 3 games in a row that you play, but then they might not watch you for the next 2 you play. So your audience is going to do this depending on the games you play. You can see that with my channel. We have certain games like No Man's Sky, where 120 viewers per stream. Dragon Age: The Veilguard, right now we're at 47 viewers on the stream. We've been averaging like 40 to 50 the last few days. First week of the stream, we were at like 150 to 300 viewers. You know, Starfield, I think we usually get like 120 to 150 per stream. So it just depends on the game that I'm playing. So if you're going to do variety stuff, you have to be willing to accept the fact that your numbers are going to do this. Now, what you're always looking for is the net growth. So at the end of the day, as long as the numbers are always going up, that's what you're mainly looking for. But you always have to be looking ahead as a variety streamer and variety content creator. What's the next game I'm going to play? That can also get very expensive. Games are not cheap to play, and you will not be getting free keys and free codes and free things for at least 2 or 3 years. Like, that's just not a reality of how that works. It takes a long time to build up to the point where you're getting free stuff. And even then, it might not be free stuff that you want. I get offered probably 60, 80 free keys a month. I don't take hardly any of them, because most of the games are absolute shit that I get offered. Occasionally, I get some stuff that will come along that I take. Like earlier this year, like Robin Hood, Sherwood Builders, that was offered to me, and I went, hey, I like Robin Hood. This looks like fun. I'll definitely take that key. You know, and so I made, content around it, and it did well, and I made $1,000 or whatever off of a free key, which is a nice little perk of instead of spending $40, and I got a free $40 product and made like $1,000 off of it. So anyway, that would be my quick and easy advice. Everything else is too complicated to do in a single session. Yeah, the thick skin is another thing, especially if you're playing a game like this, because people are going to come out of the woodwork and attack you and call you names and tell you you're an idiot for playing it. And you just have to stick to your guns. If you're having fun with something, fuck them.
Strife wants everyone on the rescue mission to honor.
What are the Venatori doing in honor?
You could do whatever you want to do as long as you have enough income to support whatever it is that you're doing, Benjamin. That's the reality. But at some point, if you're trying to make this become more than a side hustle and you want it to become something that replaces a day job, then you have to focus on the numbers. And that's something that I can't predict for you, because only you are going to know what those numbers look like, and only you are going to be able to know those numbers after you've experimented with something like what you're suggesting. Like a hybrid schedule where you play Fallout for 2 days a week, then rotate new games in 2 days a week. Like, I have no way of knowing how that would work. So you would need to try it for yourself. I know that for my particular audience and the way my numbers work, as a general rule, I get about a 2-week window of opportunity for any given game once it goes live. After that 2-week window is up, the audience has moved on and they're ready for the next thing. So,
nice move.
So if there's a week of lead-up time, there will be some hype in the week leading up to a game's release. But then once a game is out, it's about 2 weeks before I see traffic drop off. So a good example of this is this game. The first week that I played, which was the first week of the game being out. We did our first playthrough over like something like 9 days or something, 10 days. And during the first playthrough, I was getting 60 to 70 viewers. As soon as we finished the first playthrough and I moved into the second playthrough, we started getting 35 to 40. And that's because a lot of the people who wanted to watch the first playthrough They watched the first playthrough, they got out of it what they wanted, and they've moved on to the next thing. They're no longer interested in watching me do a second playthrough. And that's fine. This game in particular is taking me about 3 weeks to get through because we started on the 31st, and I'm playing all the way through to the 20th, which is right at a 3-week mark. So for my audience, I've known that for the last 2 years, is that I have about a 2-week window for any game that I play, where I get a few days before launch where the hype ramps up. Our best numbers are going to be the first 3 days.
I don't know.
And then over the next week, the numbers start to die off. And then by about 2 weeks post-launch,
I don't know what it was.
People have moved on and they're ready for me to play the new thing.
All I know is that Gillenane is still alive. A lot of wardens aren't.
Oh.
And that's different for every streamer. I can't speak to everybody else's audience, but that's how it works for me.
A picnic, huh? Not how I pictured hanging out with a monster hunter.
Evka and Antoine's doing. They told me after all the wardens have been through, and what's ahead, I should take a break.
I'm surprised you actually listened.
You know how sad Antoine can look?
So, what did you pack for the picnic?
Emmerich helped me brew a ginger wort truffle tea. I thought we'd see what all the fuss is about.
An adventure in a teapot.
More like a rediscovery. Apparently it's an old recipe.
Well then, to your health.
Cheers. That's not bad.
It's gingery, but also garlic, hints of mushroom, something else. Well, I've never eaten a worm, but yeah, it is a little earthy. Wait, what? There, Davern.
What?
Hassan just talked to me.
Huh? What did he say?
No, not that. What you said before.
Emmerich said ginger wort might have some kind of magical properties.
More than might.
Maybe it affects some people more than others. You all right, Rook?
Worms.
Worms to you too, Hassan.
Worms?
You wouldn't get it. It's between me and Hassan.
You want to dig some up for him? Be my guest.
I'll skip that. Thanks for getting me out of the lighthouse, Davern. And with good company.
I think a lot of it too just depends on people's financial needs because everybody has different financials. I think most of the people I've seen or talked to have, like I said, it's in the 5 to 7 year range before they're able to go full-time streaming. It was different for me. My timeline was far more accelerated, but that's because I don't have any debt, and I don't have a huge cost of living. So basically, I was able to look at it and say, hey, I've already been doing this for clients for the past 15 years or whatever. I know that I can get a channel in about 2 years where I need it to be. And so when Chris and I moved here, it was basically just saying, I've got 3 years to make it happen. You know, essentially, I've got 3 years of money that I could live off of if I needed to. And the first year, I think the first year we pretty much lived off of the savings while growing the channel. But by June of last year, so June of last year was like the 1.5 year mark. By June of last year, just the YouTube channel has been paying all the bills. And then as time has grown, it's just gotten bigger and bigger. And we've been doing channel analytics and income reports over on the YouTube channel for our members since day one. So I've essentially doubled the amount of money that it's been bringing in since last June. And it's gone way beyond simply paying our bills. So I was able to get where I wanted to be within the first 1.5 years, as opposed to it taking me 3 years, which was my maximum amount of time.
Hey.
All right, you're welcome, Phoenix. Enjoy your food. But I also operate on the principle that this could all go away tomorrow. Like
these lights, they're to remember the dead.
You know,
Unless
I might
the
have to go
family
back out
lacks
and
mages
work in the
to keep
field
them
again. You
lit.
never know.
Or the money for one.
I'm gonna
Then you're
enjoy
left
it
in
while
the
I can.
dark. To Vinter's subtlety. This was Brahms.
Rana's old partner.
His light was out when I got here. I should have been back sooner.
Don't do that to yourself.
Rook.
Just trust me on this one.
I'm stopping Aelia.
Looks like we had the same idea.
Rana?
He read serials between assignments. Romance. The last one ended on a cliffhanger. He was sure he knew the ending. I never checked if he was right.
I'm sure you could find the final chapters.
I know. I'm not sure I want to.
Pretending it ends well. We can give him that.
You're not the only one chasing Aelia. I've tracked some of her followers. They aren't quick to talk. Most said I'd be saved soon. But I did get the name of a place. Sanctum Lucican.
Rana, that's great.
There's a catch.
It's an old temple. A lost one. If there's a record of its location, I can't find it.
It's more than we had. I can track this down.
And you'll tell me? Look, I know who else you work with, what they might suggest, but what are you going to do?
What it takes.
Things are bad, but Docktown needs to see...
What? Venatori overrunning their home? Taking away who and what we love?
They see you, Nev.
Is that all? We're running out of choices, Rana. We need to take the ones left.
Brom's light. Thanks.
Sure.
I think it was Piers Anthony maybe who said years ago, like if you wanted to get into writing full time, it's no different than any other thing that you want to get into full time. Being a writer means you're going to spend years doing, working at your craft. You're going to spend years writing short stories, sending in things to submissions and agents, and trying to get published. And it takes years to do so. And in order to do that, you need either another job to support yourself, or you need, I think Piers Anthony was the one who said, you need a significant other or spouse who is willing to support you financially while you attempt to become a full-time writer, because it's going to take you several years to get there, and you have to have somebody behind you who's going to be financially backing you while you get there, because you're not going to make shit for the first few years. Stephen King's another good example of that.
No one here to greet us.
They've gone to the villa without us. Come on.
Did Ilario even offer any bait? What is this party supposed to be for?
Viago's invitation said they would celebrate the new first talent and discuss the situation in Treviso. It doesn't matter what my cousin thinks he's doing. It ends now. We go in, find Katerina, and we'll have the perfect shot at Ilario.
So we're paying a visit to your family home then?
We are, but we're not exactly on the guest list.
You don't think Ilario is expecting you? Just a little?
We'll take the rooftops to the villa. Stay out of sight as long as possible. Trouble ahead. We move on your word. Kill them before they can warn the others.
We're under attack!
Follow me.
I love that spell. Oh, hello. Why does it always have to be shocking damage?
So we can't go straight to the house.
There's no way Ilario will let me through the door. He fears us. Good. He should.
Ooh, there's a chest over there. How do I get to it?
Rook, you see that tower with the circular window?
I do.
That's where we're going?
It's the quickest way there.
How far is it to Ilario's party?
The opera is... it's... you know, across the grounds, in the guest house.
Why does such a big house need a second house?
For guests.
That's like, it's one of the reasons, sorry, my brain is still thinking about earlier, the conversation from a while back. That's why I laugh anytime somebody tries to make fun of my little shack, my little abode here with Chris on our little homestead. Anytime somebody tries to make fun of me about the size of it or anything like that, I just laugh. Because it's paid for. I don't have rent, I don't have a mortgage. Like, I cannot explain.
Just wait for the signal.
Anybody who, I don't think anybody who's never had that experience, they're never gonna understand the liberty that comes with not having a mortgage or rent. Like, it's not free because I still have to pay for the groceries.
Should be long gone.
There's property taxes and things of that nature. Most people are paying anywhere from $1,500 to anywhere from $1,500 to like $2,000 a month for rent and like mortgage, and I have none of that. Like, yeah, Phantom. If you're in that position and you know the freedom of that, like that financial liberty is, it's an overwhelming, like.
Why?
I don't think they're here to see the sights.
For a long time, even before this, my whole strategy when I was a digital nomad was living in developing cities around the world, renting fully furnished apartments with broadband internet that I could rent for like $500 a month or around that per month. So fully furnished apartments, I would sign like a year-long lease, 6-month to year-long lease, and I would stay there for 6 months to a year, and I would travel around the world, and I would do that. And when you're making, you know, $3,000, $4,000 a month from client work, contract work, and you only have to spend about $500 a month for rent and maybe another $500 a month on your groceries and expenditures, it's like, you know, it's not rocket science. It's, you know, but even that is as little as that was, comparatively speaking. When I was able to go completely rent-free with Chris, it was like, it was a no-brainer when this place came up and we were offered the opportunity to buy this place. It was like, okay, done. Paid for it in cash, and that's it. It's like, I don't see any of these little basement dwellers
in this town by the streets, or is it always
doing
a window and
this for a living. Like,
the streets of Treviso get more
they like to joke and poke and prod and make fun and call names and mock the channel and mock what I do, but it's like, I get to play video games for a living. Like, I literally took my hobby and turned it into a livelihood. Like,
you know how this is going to end.
You can
right?
mock that all you want, baby.
He will suffer for what he's done.
I'll take
That's
it every day of the week. The only thing I wish is
Over
I
there.
wish that Chris
That's
could figure out a
bigger
way
than
to
one
like, but she's not motivated like I am. But I would love to see Chris be able to like take her,
Once we're through the
because she
tower,
likes to
we
draw
just need to
and
reach
paint
the
and do
river.
pottery and all that stuff, but she has no desire to turn it into a livelihood. So she just does it as a hobby, and she's completely content for that. Now I might have a personal, like, I wish she would make a living at it, not because of monetary reasons, but to, you know, everybody has these things in life that they love to do, and there's a certain amount of, I guess, and this might just be me because I've done it for so long, where I've created things that other people have consumed, whether it's my writing, my video games, the content that I produce on YouTube, the books that I've written, my client work over the years in magazines and beyond. Like, I, like any other creative out there, have an ego, and I like my ego to be stroked. And I love when people tell me that they like my work. That I think that that's human nature. I think that there's, you know, hey, I loved your book. I loved your short story. I loved your this, that, or the other. And I'm like, all right, thank you. Yeah, it feels good. I like that. And I would love it to see my wife be able to experience that in the same way. But she never will, because she's never going to monetize what she does. She's never going to put it out there for the public consumption. It's a very selfish thing that I have inside of me that's be like, I really wish my wife would put it out there and monetize it, and she never will, and that's fine.
There, it's
That's a totally selfish
Our
thing.
god demands their heads. Kill them all and make an offering to Lucican. You will not rob us of this alliance.
They feel our...
They're all yours. That's one for us.
Alliance. Ilario, you idiot.
That's gonna end badly.
For him.
Ilario kills Zara. Now her Venatori answer to him following the power.
They don't give a damn about Ilario. It's Antiva they want.
Yeah, the flip side to that Metro, because it is
Here,
nice to have small
we
and
can take
cozy.
that gondola.
The flip side is like we definitely have gotten to the point where we feel that our place is a little too small, because she wants more animals, and we have filled up our storage room, and it's like
we go under the bridge.
We aren't going in through
we're
a
like
sewer,
we don't have enough
are we?
space for
No
stuff,
sewers
and
in
so like
Treviso.
no
The
joke.
streets are barely above
Like I'm gonna
water
show
as
you
it
guys.
is.
Some
There's a
stuff
hidden
back
escape
here,
route.
like,
That's our way inside.
I have like boxes that are stashed in my office, and I keep like whenever I buy wine, the case of wine goes underneath this desk right here, this little table, and that's like cat supplies and like it's like vet supplies for our cats because they need to stay in an air-conditioned environment. So there's like that, like my protein powder is in here underneath my desk. There's like 3 plastic container tubs underneath the desks here that are full of stuff. Like we just don't have enough space. Like we're definitely it's become a thing where it's like that's why when we were starting to renovate the we were gonna make the other room into the office and move the offices, and then Chris got in there and started pulling everything out of storage and went, I don't think this is gonna work because I don't think we have enough space to. And I was like, oh wow, yeah, you're right. We probably do need to maybe just not worry about it. And some of that is just the accumulation of just stuff ever since we moved in, and like, you know, we finally have a home. So instead of renting and traveling, we used to just live out of backpacks and camera bags, and now we actually
Over
have a
there.
place. So
That's the entrance.
Right, and then she like brought
Your
home
house
2
has a
ducks
secret
yesterday, and we were
escape
joking.
route.
It's like, what's
And
next?
Ilario
It's like,
didn't post a
you're
guard
gonna bring
on it?
home a cow next.
Ilario doesn't know
Where are we
it's
gonna put the
here.
cow? You know?
Why not?
Katerina didn't even tell me about it. I found it laying here alone as a boy.
Oh, her family's been trying to pawn off dogs to her for like the last year and a half, and it's like we have no space for a dog.
He let them into the house. Now I'll have to get the whole thing cleaned.
I do appreciate a good Malbec. I like Shiraz a little bit more. Good Shiraz. Good Malbec is never wrong. Good Bordeaux. Pinot Noir, Pinot Grigio. I like all wine, period.
How much trouble can one old woman possibly be? Kill them for the glory of Napinta reborn!
Death is too good for you.
They mentioned a woman.
Katerina.
Katerina must be a difficult prisoner.
Yeah, and that's honestly, we were talking about building a desk in here, and it's like, then we started thinking about that. It's like, well, if I build it in here, because of the way our house is, like, I'm not gonna be able to get it out again. So if I build a bespoke desk for this, it's never gonna leave. So it's like, do I even want to put that in here if it can't ever go anywhere, or should we just wait? And I think the ultimate, at the end of the day, I think we're just gonna wait, because it's like, you know, I think we're just at this point saving up for the next property so we can get
And
a bigger
here we
place
are.
with more property and
Welcome
where we
to
can have
Villa
a
del
proper
Monte.
studio space.
No wonder
Because she wants
Ilario wants to
she wants an
inherit.
art studio. Like she wants to be able to have like a
Smells like dust.
like
in
an art
linseed
studio where she can
oil.
go set up and have like
Don't say that when
a pottery wheel and
Katerina's in earshot.
stuff. And I'd like to have a my own writing abode.
So, you lived here?
Ilario and I both did, until we were 18.
What about your parents?
Killed by a rival house. We would have ended up with Katerina anyway, to train.
So for those of you who stick around long enough, you'll get to see that kind of stuff unfold.
They're close.
You halt! You halt!
Where are the next?
She did actually do a bunch of artwork for our tabletop book. That was all done through the Patreon page. So there actually, she does have some stuff out there, but that's like the only artwork she's ever put out in the public. And that was only because I was like pushing for it to be like, hey, we're gonna use this, because it was when we started getting into the project. She was sketching, and I was like, hey, would you want to do artwork for this? And she's like, sure. So I got her a tablet, and she started doing artwork for that. But as soon as we moved here, like, she hasn't done hardly any of that since she got here, because she does, like, I can't really show it from here, can I? So, like, she builds stuff all the time. My wife is very creative with those kind of things. So Chris goes off and just builds things. So, like, she built shelving units for our kitchen out of milk crates and wooden posts. Because she's like, she literally said, I'm not going to go spend $300 on shelving units when I could build it for $30. And I was like, it's up to you. So she built the shelving units, and
Company, get ready.
all of our chicken coop add-ons
This is my
she built.
house.
They've made themselves comfortable. We'll get them out.
You like expensive whites but cheaper reds, Bexaris? What's up, Gargle?
Hey!
We have company. No Venatori leave this house alive. The family rooms are up ahead. First her, and then we find what we seek.
We've got company.
The door's been barred from the inside.
No, 5 more days, Gargle. 5 more days until Soccer 2.
Katerina.
Lucanis, my poor boy.
We'll escort you someplace safe before we go after Ilario.
You'll do no such thing. There's no time for heroic nonsense.
Heroic nonsense saved your grandson and is rescuing you now. I won't let Ilario do more damage.
Go. I'll meet you in the opera house.
I hope she can keep herself safe.
Welcome to House de la Morte, Rook.
Do you have a plan to deal with Ilario? ...
I like that.
I'm working on it. He is ours. He will not escape us.
I think Chris just got home. I hear the doors.
This is it. Get ready.
You have a plan now, right?
Knives are involved.
Knives are involved.
Katerina's death was a tragedy. But to get Lucanis back from the dead, only to lose him to a demon. For me, it is a deep, personal loss. And so, I take the mantle of First Talon with a heavy heart. But the crows could rise from the ashes. With our new allies, the Venatori, we could reclaim Antiva.
Not on my watch.
Over my dead body. That can be arranged.
Now this should be much easier because I'm on easy mode this time.
Cannot overpower us both.
Yeah. Flex.
Now you fall.
So cool, man.
Venatori.
Alright, let's just get up there and blast his ass to oblivion.
To we honor your alliance. Now, the demon of Violentium is here. You should have stayed dead, Lucanis. All of this is on your head.
You started this. I'm ending it.
This isn't over.
Different than that. ¿Hay más fresco afuera? ¿Qué hay? Te escuchaba.
What are you waiting for, cousin? Finish what you start. I already did. What am I ever going to do that is worse than this? On your knees, in front of every house.
Contigo, no.
Get up, Hilario.
Caterina, thank the maker.
No one from House de la Morte kneels.
No sé.
Mierda.
Tampoco.
What am I supposed to do with this idiot?
Entonces hay un problema esta vez.
He tried to kill you and got you imprisoned, and kidnapped the first Talon, and made a deal with the Venatori.
Okay.
Too much to forgive. But he's still all I've got. Viago, lock him up.
You think you can put me away? That is not your decision, is it? Caterina is still first Talon.
Enough, Hilario. Lucanes is first Talon now. His decision stands.
You're lucky he didn't cut your throat.
Welcome home, my boy.
A toast to the new first Talon.
To Lucanus!
Okay. Y después tienes que limpiar bien la transportador porque a veces los niños, los bebecitos pueden traer enfermedades por la blanca. I do not know Zacatecas Phantom. Do you know Zacatecas? No, neither one of us know that. He says that's where his family's from. What's up, Ida Storm? Sorry guys, Chris came home, so I'm just talking with her really quick. Estoy pensando mejor no, porque aún tengo molestia. Una papa. No, una papa. ¿Sabes cómo hacerlo? No, hay un botón. Es como 320 y vuelta 320 y después mantequilla con yogur. Por voy porque voy a terminar.
Shall we make a discreet exit?
I'm ready, but are you sure? They're celebrating you.
I have other plans for the evening.
Oh, I bet you do. I bet Nev is part of those plans, sir.
Really? You came all the way back here for coffee? The stuff in your villa wasn't good enough?
It's better if I make it myself. And I wanted some quiet.
So, first Talon of the Crows, huh? Does that mean you'll be leaving us?
No. We have a contract. Besides, she may have stepped down, but there's no stopping Katerina from giving all the orders. I still cannot believe she did that.
Are you holding up okay after, Hilario and your grandmother and everything?
I wouldn't call it okay, exactly. Fucking Hilario.
Do you regret locking him up?
No. After everything he's done, the other houses probably want him dead. And Katerina, she may want him alive, but he'll probably wish otherwise. Meanwhile, he's too valuable to lose. He knows too much about Elgernon, the Venatori. Whatever he can tell us about our target, I'll take it.
I was surprised you spared him at all, really.
So was I. But I don't have a lot to lose. What there is, Ilario, Katarina, Nev, this team. I'm not giving that up.
Alright, this should get him to his hero status. Perfect. Awesome. Well, that got me where I needed to be for there. Got a quest with Davrin. But I am going to wrap it up here, everybody. We're a little over 6 hours. It's enough for today. I'm going to go have some lunch with Chris and take a break and a nap because I have to come back tonight and I have a anniversary event with my World of Warcraft guild because it's our 1 year. It's actually our 1 year anniversary in 2 days, but we're doing it tonight. I think I'll record that session and have it up in the next day or two over the weekend. But I'll be back tomorrow morning bright and early for more Dragon Age of Veilguard as we continue to work our way towards Stalker 2 on the 20th. And we got 3 good videos to clip out of today's stream, so I'm going to go get those cut. Get a couple of those published on YouTube this afternoon, so if you're watching over on Twitch right now, don't forget to head over to the YouTube channel because all the stuff that happens in between the streams happens over there. And also, I just did my first review on the new Renfail Reviews channel for Silo, episode 1 of season 2. So all of my TV show reviews and film reviews are going to be happening on their own YouTube channel now, so you can check that out. Links are all over the place in the Discord, on social media, and beyond, so we'll see you over there as well. Have a great day, everybody. I will catch you all tomorrow morning.